A service of KIVMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire, 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters! Presenting Firefighters. The true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll move to the manager's office in the movie theater where Tim Collins, rookie fireman, is up against the hardest duty he has ever had to face. As you remember, all the evidence in the case of the dangerous false alarms appears to point to Tim's brother Jimmy as the guilty person. The investigation by Chief Cody of the fire department is coming to its climax. But before we bring you the details, here's something you'll want to hear. Let's go, firefighters! Droopy Dolan, standing in the lobby outside the manager's office at the movie theater, has just admitted to Mrs. Collins and Trudy that his mother has demanded he come back to the theater with strict orders to find a mysterious something he lost during the excitement that was caused by tonight's false alarm. Droopy hangs back, but Mrs. Collins insists that he knock on the door of the manager's office and claim his property. Meanwhile, inside that office, Tim Collins confronts Chief Cody and his own brother Jimmy. You see, Chief, I know one family with a boy in it who had a pair of red and green knitted gloves just like this one. Before the false alarm the night of the blizzard, he had a complete pair.
And afterwards, the left-hand glove was missing?
Oh, gosh, Tim, if you only let me tell what really happened.
Don't interrupt him, boy. Go on, Collins.
I don't want to go on, but... Well, Chief Cody, tonight this same boy had the right-hand glove before the false alarm was pulled here in the theater.
Yes, we've been over all that. We have both gloves. There's the one we found tonight, right there on the manager's desk. But now we've got to find the guilty boy.
Well, Chief, I'm afraid the culprit is right here in this room.
In here with us?
Jimmy, haven't you anything to say?
Oh, Tim, I don't know what to say now. You'd only let me tell you before when we were alone, but...
What is all this? Collins, you're not accusing Jimmy.
You better let me handle this, Chief. Jimmy, tonight before we left home, you had a red and green knitted glove for the right hand. The only one left of the pair Aunt Ellen ordered from the mail order house and gave you for Christmas. Is that true or isn't it?
Oh, gosh, Tim, you know it's true.
All right. After we got the crowd calmed down, Chief Cody found a glove out in the passageway near the box where the false alarm was pulled. A red and green knitted glove for the right hand.
True, here it is on the manager's desk.
Now, Jimmy, if you're not guilty, you still have your own glove in your possession. If you don't have that glove, well, you might as well throw yourself on the mercy of the chief.
Here, look at this.
Another glove.
It's mine. It's my glove. It's been in my pocket all the time.
Oh, Jimmy! Oh, even if you never forgive me for suspecting you, I'm the happiest man in the fire department tonight. Yo!
Well, here now. Easy, Collins. We still haven't caught the real criminal, you know. Hold it. There's somebody at the door.
Oh, I'll answer it, Chief.
I gotta see the manager. Are you the manager, Mrs.?
Well, no, the manager isn't here. Anything I can do?
Yeah.
Gee, Cody, that's the kid I told you about. That's Droopy Dolan.
Oh, what a nickname.
It just fits in the way he is. But, Chief, don't you remember?
Oh, That's the boy who spoke to you in the lobby of the theater tonight?
The one who said something was going to happen, and then it did. The false alarm was rung in.
Well, maybe this is just the break we need in this case. Now, Jimmy, don't let him see you.
Where can I
Quick.
hide?
The manager's washroom. Get in there, Jimmy, and don't make a sound.
Okay.
Well, what's the trouble here? Somebody want to see me?
Here's a young man wants the lost and found, Mr. Cody.
Well, bring him in.
Yeah, says he lost something in the theater tonight during the panic.
Chief, that's the fellow I grabbed in the dark, the one that was yelling fire. I know his voice.
Don't let on. Just follow my lead. Well, come on over here, son, and let's hear the story.
Oh, gosh, I don't want to make no trouble. I wouldn't have come, only my mother, she made me, and... Well, I guess I better go now, huh?
Oh, now, what's your hurry? What was it you lost in the theater tonight, huh?
Well, what's the use? I only had one. I lost the other a long time ago. Only my mother, she don't know I lost it. She thinks I still got the pair.
I see. She thinks you still have a pair. Mm-hmm.
I never told her, see. So when I come home and she wants to take and wash them, well...
I get it. What did you say it was you lost?
What's the odds? I'll tell the old lady I asked Mr. Cody, is it? And they wasn't found yet. And... Hey, what do you know? There it is.
What? Oh, this glove here on the desk?
Yeah, sure, that's it. Gee, what a break.
You said it. What a break for the fire department.
Hold it, Collins, not yet.
What's that guy talking about?
Hey, your glove. You say this is your glove?
Listen, it's the one my mother ordered from the mail order house. She picked it out in the catalog her own self, and that's why she burns up when it gets lost.
Then you can identify this glove as your property, can you?
Well, I guess I can. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Look. Here, when I shake the glove, you see that dust?
Hey, a cloud of fine black dust. Mr. Cody. Say, smells like... Well, this glove is impregnated with soft coal dust.
Yeah, you said it, soft coal. My mother's always beefing about that coal dust. But what's the odds? She's always beefing about something. I don't pay her no mind.
Fine way to talk about your mother. You ought to
hold it, Collins. Now, as far as I'm concerned, boy, you've practically proved ownership to this glove.
Okay, then I'll be going.
Just a moment. Jimmy!
Yes, sir?
Collins, what are you doing here? What are you snooping into my business for, Jimmy Collins?
Never mind that. Jimmy, you know this fellow. Have you ever seen him wearing gloves like this?
Yes, sir, I have. He wore those gloves to school right after Christmas.
Yeah, so what? It ain't any crime wearing gloves in cold weather.
No, but it's a crime to ring in false alarms, and it's a crime to spread panic by yelling fire in a public place, like this movie theater.
Well, I never done it. I don't admit nothing.
You've admitted enough. I charge you with maliciously and knowingly ringing in false alarms.
No, I never. I won't do it again, honest. Just give me a chance.
You will be handed over to the police for prosecution. And my heart goes out to your father and mother, boy. But the law must take its course. Well, all's well that ends well. Oh, by the way, can I drop you people anywhere, as long as I have my car?
Thank you. No, Chief Cody, we're almost home. I'm going to march my family off to bed before anything else happens.
Oh, there's just one point I don't understand about this case.
Oh, what's that, Chief?
Well, how did your brother Jimmy lose his glove the night of the blizzard?
How about it, Jimmy?
Oh, do I have to tell?
Jimmy's ashamed. Jimmy's ashamed.
Oh, I am not. It's just, well, that night, remember I went to the movies with Trudy, and, well, she met some other girls, and
Jimmy was throwing snowballs at us, and we chased him and washed his face with snow.
Oh, I tripped, and then's when I lost my glove.
And we made him yell, Uncle. And, oh, Mommy, there were only 6 of us girls.
Oh. Well, now, don't laugh at Jimmy too hard. No, Jimmy was a big help in clearing up this case, you bet. And, I think we'll need him in the fire department one of these days.
Just like my Tim, following in his father's footsteps.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. Tim.
Yes, sir.
As you know, your class of probationers, that is, you fellows who went through training school together...
Yes, sir.
...are up for permanent appointment to the fire department.
Oh, yes, sir. I've been waiting for my notice in the mail, sir.
Yes. Well, I have nothing to do with that. But I understand those notices were mailed today.
What?
Tim, then you'll know tomorrow. You'll know for sure that you've been appointed as a fireman.
Well, it's never sure until you have your notice in your hand. But if you get it, son, come in and see me at headquarters, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Chief Cody.
Good night, Chief.
Gee. If I get my appointment. Golly. If I get it. Oh, good grief. Now I won't sleep a wink all night.
Now, what do you suppose Chief Cody meant by that if? All along, Tim has counted on getting his permanent appointment on the fire department. And he was sure he was in line for it when Chief Cody called all available men to special duty the night of the blizzard a few weeks back. But now Chief Cody says if. Well, there's only one sure way to find out what happens next. Be sure to listen to our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a moment, Chief Bob Cody will tell you boys and girls how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But first, here's a message. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all junior firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody again. And here's your special assignment. Attention, please. You are to make yourselves familiar with the operation of the alarm box nearest your home. Study the directions on the box until you know just what to do in case of emergency when you must call the fire department. Now, here's the rest of your assignment. Don't touch the fire alarm box except when you need to call for help. And if you know anybody who thinks it's fun to ring in false alarms, warn him to stop before he gets into serious trouble. Tell him how dangerous it is to us firefighters and to the whole neighborhood when some foolish person rings in a false alarm. Well, that is all, and thank you, firefighters.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back tomorrow at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go, Firefighters!
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Lux presents Hollywood, the Robin Hood of the Reign of Terror. That was The Scarlet Pimpernel, whose daring defiance, whose colorful romance we bring you tonight with Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. Madame Hilda Grenier, formerly royal dresser to Queen Mary of England, is our special guest, while our music is conducted by Louis Silver. Before our producer takes over the program, let me remind you that Lux helps you get longer wear out of your stockings. It helps them stay nice and elastic, so they give under strain instead of popping run. Yes, Lux cuts way down on rust. So give your stockings regular Lux care. Buy Lux Flakes in the large size box for greater economy. Our producer takes over the program. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. They call it the poor man's weather glass, this little crimson flower that lends a splash of color to English waysides and closes up its petals in warning whenever there's a storm approaching. They also call it the Scarlet Pimpernel. And by the mark of this flower only, the mysterious hero of our play, Sir Percy Blakeney, signed his daring exploits. As a play, the Scarlet Pimpernel was performed over 5,000 times, and it's perhaps the most popular screen characterization of the celebrated star who reenacts the title role for Lux listeners tonight, Mr. Leslie Howard. All the acclaim the stage and screen can bring a star has been won by Mr. Howard. He may continue his career as an actor, but should his present plans materialize, he'll also join the ranks of film producers, which I hope he does. Olivia de Havilland, who's been away from our stage too long, is the brown-haired, brown-eyed heroine of Warner Brothers' new production, Dodge City, in which she plays opposite Errol Flynn. She's co-starred tonight as Marguerite, and Dennis Green plays Chauvelin. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, I want to take a moment before raising our curtain to thank all of you for your support. Thousands of you have written, telling us that you show your appreciation by regularly purchasing our product. With this kind of cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, you can depend upon hearing Hollywood's brightest stars on our program every Monday night. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Paris, in the year 1793. The French Revolution is over, but the reign of terror casts its gruesome shadow across the city. Every day, the citizens of Paris watch an endless procession of death. Crude wooden carts, laden with the nobles of France, on their last journey through the streets, a journey to the guillotine. Into this maelstrom comes one man to stem the rising tide of French blood. An Englishman, known only as the Scarlet Pimpernel, the object of every nobleman's prayer and every revolutionist's curse. He works silently, mysteriously, and successfully. In his native England, they speak of him with bated breath.
Scarlet Pimpernel. He's the only hope the French nobles have.
The Scarlet Pimpernel? Does anyone know who he is?
No, madam, but I must confess I feel quite proud when I remember that he is an English...
They say he's always in disguise.
Oh, he's an actor, that man. He speaks French like a Frenchman, they say. And I've heard he can assume 100 disguises in an hour's time. An old hag, a peddler, a captain of the guard. You never know in what dress the Scarlet Pimpernel will strike.
And now the Scarlet Pimpernel is about to strike again. Into a barber's shop in Paris comes an old man in the black robes of a priest. The French barber greets him jovially.
Good morning, Father. You wish to be shaved this morning?
Yes, if you please, barber.
Sit down. Have you come from the square, Father? The guillotine is busy again today, eh?
I don't know. I didn't stop.
No? Well, it is always the same. The drums roll, the knife falls, and another aristocrat parts company with his head.
Yes, very monotonous.
And so clumsy. That great, ugly machine. When all they need is a sharp razor like this, a quick grip, and flick.
Oh, please, don't flick quite so close to my throat. I only want to shave.
You are all right, Father. But I wish they'd give me a few aristocrats to shave. Can you not see me dealing with the Scarlet Pimpernel?
The what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel. Haven't you heard?
No.
There is a band of Englishmen helping these cursed aristocrats out of the country. Their chief is the only man who ever cheated Madame Guillotine. He is known by the title of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And who is he?
That is the mystery.
The mystery, of course, yes.
But there will be heads falling today in spite of him. Some very famous heads, Father.
Yes?
We checked off the names last night. The Duc de Tours, the Comte de Terray, Dinijon, the Comte de Tournay and his wife and daughter.
The Tournay? Are you sure, the Tournay?
But certainly I'm sure. They were taken to prison over a month ago. Why, Father? You are not a friend of theirs.
A friend? No. No, it isn't safe to know any nobles these days.
Oh, good, very good.
You wish to see the former Comte de Tournay, is that so, Father?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Very well, Father. They haven't long now. You'll find the former Comte de Tournay in that room over there.
Thank you. Good morning. Are you the Comte de Tournay?
Yes. I suppose you have come to offer me the last rites, Father.
In a manner of speaking. If you will just look at this passage I have marked in the book, your spirits will be uplifted.
I am not afraid to die, Father.
Even so, it is sometimes better to live, my son.
To live? What do you...
Read there, in the book.
But There is nothing on the page except a red mark.
Look carefully.
It is a flower. A red...
The Scarlet Pimpernel. Father, are you the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Be careful, it will do you no good to know. Just listen to me. Before you start on your journey to the guillotine, we will bring your wife and daughter to you. You will ride in the same tumbril. On the way there will be an accident. The wheel of the tumbril will come off. There will be a commotion. The soldiers guarding the cart will be jostled by the crowd, all carefully arranged for. Look sharp then. An old hag will drive past in a wagon. There will be a place to hide in the back large enough for 3 people. The old hag will drive you through the city gates. If all goes well, you'll be safe in England in 3 days.
God bless you. Whoever you are, God bless you.
Well, what is it?
Good evening. Have you a crust of bread for an old lady?
No, I'm sorry. Here, take these.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait. Isn't this the home of Monsieur Armand Saint-Just?
Yes, I am Armand Saint-Just. What do you want?
I want to come in, Armand.
Merci. Quick.
How are you, Armand?
I'm afraid I will always be startled at these disguises of yours. Last time I saw you, you were a priest.
Now I'm an old hag. Here, help me out of these clothes. I feel silly.
Did you get to the Tournays out of the city?
I got the girl and the countess. What happened to de Tournay? He wasn't in the tumbril.
I know. He was remanded the last minute.
Why?
Because Robespierre wants to see him. And Robespierre wants to see him because the ambassador of the French Republic has come over from London.
Chauvelin? Here in Paris?
Yes. All in your honor, sir. Your work is becoming even more dangerous than it was.
Our work, Armand. Well, let's hope Chauvelin will go back to England, knowing less than ever. I'll be going back myself for a few days. Then we must lay our plans to free the Tournay.
First, aren't you risking too much? Why do you persist in this mad sport?
Why do you?
Why? Because I'm a Frenchman. This is my country. You are English. You are Sir Percy Blakeney, an English baronet with a lovely old and a charming wife.
Even if she is your sister.
My sister or not, I'd still say Marguerite is charming. Or perhaps you don't think so any longer.
Why do you say that? Has she said anything to you?
She hinted at it in her last letter. She said you changed, Percy.
Did she? Well, I have changed. I'm rarely at home now, and when I am, I play the fop. I'm insipid, vain, silly. I think only of the latest fashions in clothes, the latest court gossip. But all for good reason, Armand. The greater fool I am in England, the safer I'll be in France.
But you could tell Marguerite.
No.
Just so she would understand.
I said no, and don't you tell her. Armand, you ask me why I live over here in the shadow of the guillotine while heads fall one after another. I can save only a few, I know that. The rest have to die. People I know and love. Innocent people, kindly people. Herded together like sheep and butchered like cattle.
But what has it to do with you?
Armand, do you remember the case of the Saint-Cyr family?
I think so. You were one of the first families to go to the guillotine.
Yes, because they were betrayed, Armand. Before their execution, they told me who it was who had betrayed them. It was Marguerite.
My sister.
My wife.
It was a lie.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't. I watched that execution, Armand. The Marquis, his wife, his son. And it was my wife who put them there.
So that's why you stopped loving her. What a tragedy.
Stop? I shall love her till I die. That's the tragedy.
And it's to make up for what you did to them that you are risk your own life, week after week, to rescue the others.
Oh, don't be so heroic, Armand. I got a smack in the eye and took refuge in sport. And what a sport. By gad, I think I shall give up fox hunting this winter.
Percy, don't joke about it.
I have to. It's the only thing that can save me. Well, I'm off for England in the morning, Armand. My love to Monsieur Chauvelin, if you should see him.
Gad, Percy, but it's good to have you at home again.
So far, so good, folks. I've still got my head.
You should hear them talk about you in London. You're the greatest mystery of the age.
Yes, well, I hope no one solves me just yet. But tell me about Marguerite. Has she been well?
As well as a neglected wife can be.
What has she been doing?
Having her portrait painted, mostly. Romney's been there every day.
And our friend, Monsieur Chauvelin?
French ambassador. What will he be doing at your house?
Oh, one never knows, folks. One never knows. Well, England again. I shall have to become the fop once more. The London dandy, who has been at Bath for the past 10 days taking the cure. And think me, I'm not cured yet. I shall have to go back to Bath again.
Lady Blakeney. Lady Blakeney, please. I can't faint you unless you sit quite still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romney, but we were just talking of this man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
He must be quite wonderful, Marguerite.
So they say. But it's maddening to think that somewhere there is a man as marvelous as that, and we never see him. He's of no use to us whatever.
Lady Blakeney.
Yes, Sprinkler.
Sir Percy, milady. He's just returned.
Good day, ladies. So charmed to see you here. Have you been taking good care of my lovely wife, your servant, ladies? Marguerite, my dear, your slave.
Percy, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
So few things are surprising in this world, my dear. I should like to be one of them. And how are you, Romney? And how is the portrait progressing?
You may see for yourself, Sir Percy.
Yes, the eyes are wrong, aren't they? And is the nose all right? You know, I rather think you've missed the mouth altogether. Yes, you have, Romney. Otherwise, of course, it's the image of her.
I think that will be enough for today.
Poor Mr. Romney. You're tired, and so am I.
Tired. Zoons, I too. You know, dear ladies, I've just been to Bath to be cured of the fatigue. And now I'm so fatigued by the cure that I really think I shall have to go back to Bath again to be cured of the fatigue.
Marguerite, my dear, we must be going.
Yes,
goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Your servant, ladies, your servant.
Well, Percy, what do you think of my portrait?
It's clever. But there's something lacking.
What?
I don't know. There's a look in the eyes. He's lost it.
Perhaps I've lost it. Perhaps it was happiness.
Good gad, my dear, how you could be unhappy, I can't imagine.
Can't you? Percy, can't you?
No, cursed if I can. Why, you're the most courted woman in town.
By whom?
By everybody.
Except you.
Oh, but my dear, I'm your husband.
Months after we were married, we were still happy. And then came this estrangement. Heaven knows it's not of my making.
Can you honestly say that?
Can you honestly deny that you've changed? So changed that I scarcely know you. You're never with me now. You're always away on some pretext or other. I'm always alone.
My dear, the fashionable belief today is that one makes one's own life. I'm trying to make mine. You must try to make yours. Now I must leave you for a while. There's to be a fight for a prize out in the countryside. Mendoza versus Jackson. Quite a battle.
Percy, you've only just come home. Do you have to leave right now?
My dear, the prince himself invited me. I'm trying to make my own life, Martin.
I see. Goodbye, Percy.
Mendoza's groggy. He's done for.
Don't you believe it, Your Highness. He's boxing. You wait till the 30th round.
I'll wager 100 guineas he won't last 2 more rounds.
Done. Come on, Mendoza.
Come on, Jackson.
Percy.
Fulk, sit down.
Percy, I've got to speak to you at once.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Well, Fulks?
Percy, it's Chauvelin. He's returned to England.
Chauvelin? Where is he?
He's...
Well, come on, Fulks. Come on, man. Where is he?
He's at your house, Percy.
My house? Order my carriage. I'm leaving at once.
I would advise you to tell me, Lady Blakeney. You are French. You know these nobles who have escaped. You must know who it was who helped them.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Chauvelin, but I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You tricked me once into giving you information about the Marquis de Saint-Cyr. And I shall never forgive myself.
I'm sick of this sentimental twaddle about the poor, persecuted aristocrats. Have you forgotten what they did to the defenseless peasantry for centuries? What this very Saint-Cyr did to you?
No, I have not. But I'm no spy.
Then that is your last word?
Absolutely.
I wonder. Oh, by the way, how is your brother, Armand?
Yes, very well, I hope.
I hope so, too. But yesterday he was arrested.
Arrested?
At Boulogne.
What for?
As a traitor to his country.
Traitor? Oh, you're lying, Chauvelin, trying to trick me again.
I have the proof of his guilt in my pocket. A note he once wrote to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This scrap of paper will certainly send your brother to the guillotine. Unless, of course, you care to redeem it. Bring me the name of the Pimpernel, and this is yours.
But even if I wanted to, I don't know it.
Find it.
How can I, if you can't with an army of spies?
Because you go everywhere and know everyone in his circle. That much I do know. And this also, that he will be among the guests tomorrow night at the Granville Ball.
So will half the world. The thing's impossible.
To a clever woman whose brother's life is at stake, nothing is impossible. Well?
Do you swear to give me that paper?
The moment I catch the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Soon, that name again.
Percy.
I've heard nothing else all day. At the club, at the fight, and now here. I protest the fellow's a public nuisance. Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear. Do I intrude?
No. This is an old acquaintance, Monsieur Chauvelin, the French ambassador. My husband.
Charmed, delighted, enchanted. The devilish clever race, the French. How they speak that unspeakable language of theirs defeats me.
You flattered us, Sir Percy.
No. You've got the cleverest heads in the world. The only trouble is you all go to pieces round the neck.
Round the neck?
Yes. Now look at your cravat. Sink me, what a mess. Now, if you'd really like to know how to tie a cravat, I'll tell you. But it isn't easy, you know. It takes all my brains.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
Yeah, of course it would. Now, you see, look here. First of all, the thing goes twice round the neck. And then the front folds back to allow the back to come to the front. Otherwise, of course, the front would be all behind as it was before, you see.
Percy, what are you talking about?
You don't follow me, my dear. It's exactly what I say. It takes brains, doesn't it, Mr. Chauvelin?
One can see that.
Yes, of course one can.
Well,
yes.
Good day, Lady
No, don't go now. I want you to hear my verse about that Pimpernel fellow. You'll love it, Chauvelin. Now, listen here. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in... that dim, elusive Pimpernel.
Delightful.
Yes, I wrote it, you know. It's clever, huh?
Yes, especially that line, those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Oh, yes. I like that, too, yes. Because, you see, I hear that they do. And that gives the line sort of a something. That gives it a sort of a something. If I make myself clear.
Yes, clear as crystal.
Yeah.
Good day, my dear Sir Percy.
Bonjour, Monsieur, as the French say. Bonjour, Monsieur. Oh, it was a magnificent fight this afternoon, my dear. Gad, I wish you could have been there. What's the matter, my dear?
Percy, who is the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Pimpernel? Gad, Marguerite, how should I know? What's your interest in the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, no more than any other woman's. We'd all like to know who he is.
Yeah, so would your friend Chauvelin, I'll wager.
What makes you say that?
Well, isn't that what he's here for? Didn't he tell you?
Why should he?
Why not? Mind you, the man's clever, but a fellow who can't even tie his own cravat isn't likely to put a noose around the Pimpernel's neck, is he?
Oh, Percy, can't you ever rise above trivialities?
Can't rise above anything in more than 3 syllables, my dear. Never could.
You were a man once. A man a woman could look up to. Could turn to in trouble. And now, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Could you begin by telling me what the trouble is?
What's the use? We don't speak the same language. We did once. But I don't think we ever will again.
Really? Well, perhaps you're right, my dear.
You have just heard Act One of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. During our brief intermission, let's see what the Brownings are doing.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride a one-horse open sleigh.
Christmas spirit. That's Midge and Dot and 10-year-old Bobby practicing for the community sing. And here comes Mother, home from a shopping tour.
Hello, youngsters. Hiya, Santa Claus. Gee, look at the packages.
Oh, what a day. Here's your ribbon and wrapping paper, Midge.
Thanks, Mother. And did you get the,
Yes, here it is, Midge.
Zowie, what's that?
Now, Bobby, no fair peeking.
Well, gee, can't I just feel it?
Nick, you keep away. Mother, did you get the stockings?
Yes, here they are, Dot.
Who are they for, Dot? Mary Lou. She's always running out of them. Running out is right. Gosh, did she pop a runner in chemistry today? Gee, it's something awful, the runs she gets. And snaky seams, too.
I'm a snake wriggling through the grass.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, I know. Why, what? Why, look, Dot, you could wrap a box of Lux Flakes in with Mary Lou's stocking. Oh, I bet she'd love to know about Lux.
I'm sure she would, dear. Lux cuts way down on runs.
Gee, and we could write a little card like this. Luxy stockings, fine and sheer, to help cut down on runs, old dear. Well, I think that's swell.
Now, that was mighty helpful of Midge, thinking of Lux Flakes for Mary Lou. In a month's time, I bet Mary Lou will be very grateful to Midge, for she'll be glad to get the special help Lux Flakes gives. You see, Lux saves the elasticity in stockings, so they give under strain instead of breaking into runs so often. If you haven't tried Lux for your own stockings, you'll find it's great the way it cuts down on runs and helps stockings wear longer and fit better. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow in the large size package for extra thrift. Now, Mr. DeMille and Act 2 of our play.
We continue with The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. The search continues. The search for the cursed, elusive Pimpernel. Forced by Chauvelin to lend her assistance, Marguerite attends Lord Grenville's ball. As she enters the crystal and marble room, she glances nervously around, wondering which of the guests is the Scarlet Pimpernel, never suspecting her own husband, the vain and foolish Sir Percy Blakeney. Chauvelin appears suddenly at her side.
Well, Lady Blakeney?
I've learned nothing yet.
I only want to know who one person is. If you don't tell me, you know the alternative. The guillotine for your brother.
Monsieur Chauvelin, you can't do this. What if I can't find the Scarlet Pimpernel?
My dear lady, the Pimpernel is under this roof, at this moment, among your friends. You're moved, my lady. And good luck.
I beg pardon, Sir Percy.
Yes, my man?
Sir Andrew Ffoulkes wishes to speak to you.
Of course, delighted. Good evening, Ffoulkes.
Good evening, sir.
Well, what is it?
Hastings has just arrived from France.
Any news?
The very worst. The king is doomed. He'll go to the guillotine any day.
Where is Hastings?
He's dancing. Shall I get him?
No, wait. I'll send him a note. Come over here to the desk. It wouldn't do for me to be seen with Hastings. I want you to give him this. Make certain no one sees you. I'm telling him to come to the library at midnight. You better come, too.
Very well.
Here, slip this note in the cuff of Hastings' coat. Then don't speak to him for the rest of the evening.
Ah, Lady Blakeney. Won't you take pity on a lonely compatriot?
Monsieur Chauvelin, are you asking me to dance with you?
Not with me. With Lord Hastings, madame.
Why?
He has a note in his cuff. It was just put there by Sir Andrew Ffoulkes. I want you to get it for me.
Oh, but listen,
Get it.
Chauvelin.
Hurry, please. It might be important. Come in, please. Well, Lady Blakeney, did you get that note from Hastings?
No,
You didn't?
I couldn't. I think he suspected me. I pretended to turn my ankle. He helped me upstairs, and then while I was sitting there, he read the note and burned it. Then he left.
He burned the note?
Yes, but not entirely. Some of the pieces were left. The note began...
Go on, quickly.
It said, start tomorrow myself, and the last sentence was, we'll be in the library at midnight.
Thank you, Lady Blakeney. And now, if your labors have tired you, you are quite at liberty to go home.
Thank you. I will.
Are you certain of this, Ffoulkes?
Quite certain. Hastings burned the note, Percy, as you've always ordered us to. Then he went back to the room, and she was reading what was left of it.
And she went Chauvelin?
Yes. You know what that means, Percy. It means that Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel will be in the library at 12 o'clock.
Perhaps. And perhaps he will.
library?
Yes, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Have you seen anyone go in or come out of this room in the last few minutes?
No, sir.
Who is that on the sofa?
Oh, I don't know, Monsieur. He must be asleep.
Please wake him up and ask him to leave. I have an important engagement here.
It's Sir Percy Blakeney, sir.
Blakeney, that fool. Wake him up and ask him if he could have the decency to go home and sleep in his own bed.
Yes, sir. Sir Percy. Sir Percy.
What is it? What is it? Is there no peace for the weary? What ails you, man?
The French ambassador, Sir Percy. He would like to have the library to himself.
The French ambassador? Ah, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I am sorry to disturb you, Sir Percy, but I have an important engagement here.
Really, gad, there's not a comfortable sofa anywhere else in the house. I've tried them all. Sit down, Monsieur. What time is this gentleman to appear?
He's a little late. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him alone.
No, not at all, not at all. By the way, what do ambassadors talk about in libraries at midnight? It must be very fatiguing. Are you afraid England is going to declare war on France?
That does not concern me at the moment.
Is that so? Your revolution now. Now, there's a great bore. How's it going? Do you think you'll win?
We have won, sir.
Oh, you have, I see. Yes. Have I been asleep that long?
I hate to hurry you, Sir Percy, but I'm afraid your presence here is keeping my friend from entering.
Oh, he can come in. He's outside. Oh, come in, do, sir. Please don't stand on ceremony.
I hardly think that will persuade him.
Ah, this must be a very secret meeting. I have it. I'll wager you're expecting that Scarlet Pimpernel. Is that it?
Sir Percy, you're becoming insufferable.
Oh, Monsieur Chauvelin, you would not deprive me. Let me hide behind a curtain. Anything. Just let me be the first in London to glimpse that mystery man. Well, I'll be the most popular man at the club.
It is too late now. He has been warned.
Oh, then I shall miss him. Oh, sink me. Well, good night, Monsieur. Better luck next time. Good night. You've packed my things?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Good. See that Sir Andrew Ffoulkes receives this note, will you?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, Marguerite, what are you doing up at this hour? That's all, Brinker.
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, my dear?
Percy, it's about Armand. He's in the most terrible danger. They've arrested him in Boulogne.
How do you know?
Chauvelin told me.
When?
Yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me when I asked you?
Well, I don't know. He threatened me.
Why are you telling me now?
Because I thought you might do something for Armand. You have influence at court.
Didn't you ask your friend Chauvelin for help?
He promised me that, but I don't trust him.
He promised you the life of your brother. What did you give him in exchange?
What? Oh, Percy, what has happened to you? Why do you hate me?
Why did you denounce the Marquis de Saint-Cyr?
Oh, so that's it. Why did you never ask me what the Marquis de Saint-Cyr did to me?
You didn't even know him.
No, I didn't even know him. But I knew his son. I was only 17 when he asked me to marry him. His father heard about it and had me arrested and sent to Saint-Lazare. Do you know what Saint-Lazare is? Do you know the sort of women that are sent there? I would have killed myself only...
Only what?
The revolution came, the 14th of July, and I was free.
Free to denounce the Marquis. Free to send 2 innocent people to the guillotine. It was your information, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And yet, I still ask myself, am I really guilty of their death? The Marquis plotted with Austria. I told a friend, a man whom I thought a friend. He denounced him. The terror did the rest.
Who was that friend? Chauvelin? Yes. He promised you your brother's life. What price did you pay for it? What price did you pay for it?
A horrible one. I betrayed the Scarlet Pimpernel.
How?
Ffoulkes gave a scrap of paper to Lord Hastings. I read it and told Chauvelin that the Pimpernel would be in the library at midnight. Oh, what am I to do, Percy? How can I warn him?
Warn him? Against what?
Against the danger that threatens him if he goes back to France.
My dear, if he's the kind of lunatic I take him to be, your warning won't help him.
But he might be going to his death.
Well, that's all the fellow lives for. Besides, he doesn't know that you're in love with him.
In love with him? I admire his heroism, but I don't love him.
Oh, but you do, only you don't know it.
Oh.
I didn't know it myself until a moment ago. You know, it's a dangerous game, falling in love with a phantom, my dear. For all you know, he may be a married man, Who's... A married man who's deeply in love with his wife.
Never.
Why not?
Would any man who is in love with his wife leave her continually to stay safe? Would you?
Me? Marguerite, I... Dudes, I'm much more romantic than you think. In a case like that, I wouldn't leave you... not even to go to my tailor's.
The horses are ready, sir.
Thank you, Brinker.
Are you going away?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Important business in town in the morning. Goodbye, my dear.
Your tailors, I suppose.
Not only my tailors, but also my bootmakers. And incidentally, I want to see what my influence is worth at court. For that little matter of your brother, perhaps I can help.
Oh, Percy, if you could, I'd love you all my life.
Gad, I must remember that, my dear. Goodbye.
Milady?
What is it, Brinker?
It's very late, milady.
I suppose you want me to leave this room. I've never been here quite alone, have I?
I know, milady.
I've hardly even noticed the furniture. Is that portrait of Sir Percy's one of Romney's?
Yes, milady. A very fine one, too.
He's a great believer in the tale, isn't he? Look at that ring on Sir Percy's finger. You'd think it was... Brinker.
Yes, milady?
Have you ever noticed that ring?
Why, no. It's a seal ring, milady.
Look closely. That flower, engraved on the stone. What is it, Brinker?
Why, bless my soul. It's a scarlet pimpernel.
My lady.
Well?
A letter to be delivered into your ladyship's hands.
From Sir Percy?
No, madam. From His Excellency, the French ambassador.
Give it to me. My lady, I have at last discovered the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I hope to catch him tomorrow and, true to my word, Brinker.
Yes, milady?
Order my carriage at once. I must see Sir Andrew Fuchs.
Lady Blakeney. What's happened?
Sir Andrew, there's no time to waste in talking. Just listen to me. Your leader and friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's my husband.
How do you know that, milady?
Don't ask me any questions now. He's in danger. Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel and Percy Blakeney are one and the same.
How did Chauvelin come to know?
Through me.
Ah.
Yes. I betrayed him. Never mind how. Just tell me this. Has Percy left for Boulogne?
Yes.
To save my brother?
And to Tournai.
What is their meeting place at Boulogne?
Why? Do you want to betray him again, milady?
Oh, look at me. Do I look like a woman who wants to send her husband to his death? I want to find Percy, to warn him, to save him, or die with him.
I'll go with you.
Can you bring your friends?
10 of them. The rest of them are in France. Percy has forbidden us to go over. It'll be the first time we've ever disobeyed him.
I'll save Percy if I have to kill Chauvelin. And if he goes to the guillotine, I'll go with him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've dropped the curtain on the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel. It goes up again shortly when Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland bring us Act 3. During this short intermission, we hear from our special guest and Mr. DeMille. In addition to being foremost authority on the period of tonight's play, Madame Hilda Grenier, like our drama, has been intimately concerned with English nobility all her life. For many years, she had the title of Royal Dresser to Queen Mary and has been on duty at every imaginable royal function from baptisms to coronations. Her background makes her one of Hollywood's most valued technical advisors. If there's a more proper introduction for an ex-royal dresser, Madame Grenier, please enlighten us.
It was infinitely better, Mr. DeMille, than my first introduction to royalty. Princess Charlotte of Germany had granted me an interview. Entering her salon, I tripped on a rug and went flying along the highly polished floor like a sailboat in the wind. When I dared to open my eyes, there I was at the feet of the princess. She laughed, picked me up, gave me my first lesson in poise. And now, sir, I can tell you a little about royalty, a little about the Scarlet Pimpernel. Which would you like first?
Well, we'd like to know a little more about you. Suppose you tell us what a royal dresser is.
In addition to direct supervision over Queen Mary's wardrobe, my duties included the care of her jewels, orders, decorations, messages, and other personal activities. I suppose my greatest responsibility was to see that everything Her Majesty wore was absolutely correct, right down to her umbrellas.
Her umbrellas?
Indeed. Each one in her tremendous collection was named after the person who gave it to her. She'd simply ask me to bring her Lord Chesterfield, or Papa, or the Emperor, or Dolly. But far more famous than her umbrella collection is her priceless array of antique furniture. Many of her most treasured pieces originally came to England with aristocrats escaped from France at the time of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
What mementos do you have, Madame Grenier, of your days in the palace?
Several cherished gifts from both the late King George and Her Majesty. I was also given a pair of silk stockings worn by Marie Antoinette, who was the guillotine's most celebrated victim. Handmade, they have a texture like gossamer. Of course, Mr. DeMille, I wouldn't dream of wearing them, as you can well imagine. But just from showing them to my friends, they became soiled, and I finally had to make a courageous decision. I had to wash them. So I did the job myself, and luck. With luck, they came out perfectly. Lux, incidentally, was used in Buckingham Palace during all the years I served Her Majesty.
That's a real tribute. Looking back over those years, what stands out most conspicuously in your host of regal recollections?
And not the pomp and glory, Mr. DeMille, but the little human traits of Her Majesty. I remember how, as Princess of Wales, she wept because she had to leave her little baby, Prince John, for an official visit to India. How, coming home from a new musical show, she would whistle tunes from the play, just as you and I. And I well recall how she'd carefully tear off bits of unused papers from letters and save them for memoranda. She was and is a wonderful woman. Now the word I promised about the play. It may be a surprise to most Americans to learn he actually existed, Sir Percy Blakeney, called the Scarlet Pimpernel. To this day, his descendants are well known in England. As portrayed so excellently by Mr. Howard, he was vain and foppish, but underneath it all, courageous, almost to the point of being foolhardy. Was the Scarlet Pimpernel ever caught? Well, suppose we all listen to the third act of the play and find out.
You've entertained us royally, Madame Grenier. The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard in the title role and Olivia de Havilland as Marguerite, with Dennis Green as Chauvelin. Armed with the knowledge that her husband is the Scarlet Pimpernel, Marguerite takes ship for France to be with him in his hour of danger. With Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, she stands on deck as their boat plowed its way across the English Channel. Just ahead lies the coast of France, a few flickering lights in the darkness.
You'd better go below, Lady Blakeney. We'll be coming in soon.
What was the name of that inn, the one you told me of?
The Lion d'Or. Sir Percy's headquarters on this coast.
And he'll be there at 10 o'clock. You're certain?
If all goes well, he'll be there.
But Chauvelin knows that Percy is the Pimpernel. What if he goes there, too?
We can only hope that he won't. If Percy can escape this time, he'll never go back again.
Never again.
If he can free de Tournay and Armand, his mission is over.
His mission that I drove him to. Sir Andrew, will we be there in time?
I think so. Ah, there are the lights now.
Lights?
Yes, the signal. You see the window of that house off there to the left? That's the Lion d'Or. See the lights swinging back and forth? That means it's safe. Up and down means danger. You want to turn back now? I can't go with you, Lady Blakeney.
Don't worry. I shall be all right. He has been risking his life every day for me. I can risk mine once for him.
Who's there?
A message.
Well?
Is this the Lion d'Or?
Yes, madame, but...
Let me in, please.
Madame, what do you want here? This is no place for one of your sort.
I am the sort that pays well, Citizen Brogard.
For what?
For a seat by the fire. I'll wait here for a friend of mine and yours.
What should I know of your friend?
You signaled to him before. You must be expecting him. What time? What time, please?
10 o'clock. Madame, do you know him?
Yes, I know him. Who is that?
I do not know at this time.
Where can I hide?
Up those stairs. To the room on your left. Hurry. Open it. Open. One moment.
Citizen Brogard?
Yes?
Under arrest. Take him, Sergeant.
What for?
Betraying the Republic, helping the enemies of France, smuggling aristocrats out of the country.
That's a lie.
You've got one chance. Take it, or I'll hang you now from your own sign. Your leader's coming here tonight, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes.
What time?
He ordered his boat to be off the point at 10 o'clock.
But he'll call here first for his passengers, won't he?
He might.
Might. You'll look pretty swinging in the wind. How does he know it's safe? What is the signal? Sergeant, ask him what the signal is. A twist of the arm will help him to remember.
Speak up. Oh, don't. I'll tell. A lantern in the attic window, waved up and down for danger. Across the window, when all is clear.
Thank you, citizen. Sergeant, you may take Citizen Brogard.
Oh, God, let him see the signal. Let him see it. Up and down.
Put down that light, Lady Blakeney.
Chauvelin.
We meet again. Permit me, madame, but you were giving me signals incorrectly. Up and down means danger. That will drive the Pimpernel away. You must move the lights back and forth across the window. So. Now he will come to us.
Chauvelin, listen to me. He's my husband.
A fact that you neglected to mention a few days ago.
You've got to let him go. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you any information you can, but you've got to let him go free.
Don't be a fool. You've no more information to give. Even if you had, do you suppose I'd sacrifice my meeting with the Scarlet Pimpernel for it?
Chauvelin.
Well?
Coach, monsieur, is pulling up at the door.
Ah, our friend is early. I'll let him in myself. Sergeant, you shall have the privilege of watching over the Republic's most charming prisoner for the rest of the...
Brogard.
Don't move, Sir Phil. Stand where you are.
Monsieur Chauvelin. Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Yes, a very pleasant one, too. How nice of you to wait up for me.
The time for laughing is past, Sir Percy. I've followed you for a year. Your energy, your ingenuity, your audacity have been quite admirable. But now, the game is over.
Because all the trumps are in your hand, eh?
Precisely. This house is surrounded by my soldiers. I have only to raise my voice.
Yes, because I see your point. Yes. But suppose I could reach the door. The night is black. The sea is mine. I make a dash.
You won't.
Oh, of course I won't. I don't need to, because... You see, one of my friends might shoot you from behind, hidden in that clock.
What?
Come now, Chauvelin. You know that clock is too small to house a man. But there's still one other avenue of escape, one we could take together. In this pipe there is an ember, and in that cask behind me there is gunpowder. If I drop this ember here, I fly straight to heaven, and of course you know where you fly to.
Get away from that barrel.
Why, it isn't gunpowder. I merely wanted to see you turn pale. Come in the window, folks. You're a welcome sight. I would raise my hands if I were you, Chauvelin.
Another trick. I don't turn this time.
I don't think you'd better.
Why, you...
Now, you see, Fulks tricks us both. He must have sensed that you and I would meet here. Now, Chauvelin, I've had a delightful visit with you. In the meantime, my friends Armand Saint-Just and de Tournay are safely aboard my ship. And in a moment, if you'll excuse us, Fulks and I will join them.
You'll never get beyond that door.
We'll need the password, Percy.
Ah, yes, the password. Yes. Well, Monsieur, do we have to use force?
Not at all, Sir Percy. The password is, the channel is free.
Thank you. Fulks, give me your pistol. You get onto the ship, I'll take care of our friend here and join you in a minute.
Very good.
You know, that was quite sensible of you, Monsieur Chauvelin, to give us the password.
Not at all, Sir Percy. You may go because I know you'll come back of your own free will.
Ah, you overestimate the charm of your society.
I told you once the time for jesting was over. I have all the trumps in my hand. In that room upstairs, there is a woman under arrest who has forfeited her life by aiding the enemies of the Republic.
What woman?
Your wife, Sir Percy, who loves you very much. Marguerite. Is the game up, Sir Percy? Is this the last adventure?
All right, I give up, Chauvelin. What next?
There is a firing squad outside.
And my wife?
The Revolutionary Tribunal.
That means death.
It would have meant my death if I had not caused you. But don't be alarmed, Sir Percy. I don't want your wife's life. She's free the moment you die.
I offer you a pact. If you promise to say nothing to her, if you'll send her onto my ship immediately, I'll walk up in front of your firing squad.
I accept. Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Bring the lady downstairs, please. You must be very fond of your wife, Sir Percy.
Yes, I am. Is that so strange?
Not at all. A charming woman.
Percy.
Marguerite.
Percy, I came to help you as soon as I knew. I wanted to give my life to save you. And now, forgive me, Percy.
You came to help me. Chauvelin didn't bring you?
No, I came with Sir Andrew.
Oh, Marguerite.
What are they going to do to you? Tell me.
Well, I'm in no danger, my dear.
What? No, you're lying. I know. He's going to kill you. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, Percy, don't leave me. I want to die with you.
Marguerite. She's fainted.
Some water, perhaps.
No. Our parting would be too cruel now, even for you. Take her while she's still unconscious. Goodbye, my sweet. It's good to know that you love me a little.
Sergeant, carry her to Sir Percy's boat. The boat is to sail the minute Sir Percy dies. The lady is free when you hear the firing squad.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, she's gone, monsieur. Now, are you quite ready?
Yes. By the way, do you like poetry, Monsieur Chauvelin?
That dim, delusive Pimpernel?
No. I mean poetry. This other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. I forget the rest.
Irish Hardy. Oh. Round muck.
The firing squad. They're waiting.
Will you come and see me die, monsieur?
No, thank you, no. I shall remain here. I shall picture the scene in my own way.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, make it as horrible as possible. Yes. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
Oh.
Present.
Present.
Fire.
Ah.
That dim, elusive Pimpernel.
I'm so sorry, monsieur.
Lightning.
Yes, you see, I've come back for my hat. It's such a cursed good hat, you know.
But you...
Oh, no. Don't look at me like that. Sink me if you don't think I'm my own ghost.
Duroc.
Oh, you mean the captain of your firing squad? I'm afraid it'll be an hour or so before poor Captain Duroc will be able to resume his duties. I regret that I struck him rather violently. Come in, gentlemen. This is my firing squad. Allow me to present Sir Andrew Fulks,
Yes.
Lord Hastings, Lord Belville, and all the rest of them. But, of course, you know all about them.
Your firing squad?
Yes, you see, those men you hired, excellent men, all of them, but oddly enough, they can't resist a drink of wine. They'll recover. It was just a mild drug, you know. But for the moment, they're all sleeping very soundly. And now, since the volley of shots has freed Lady Blakeney, I must make haste to join her. Good night.
By heaven.
Chauvelin. You know, I think a cooling off is what you need. Fulks, raise that trapdoor there. You'll find it very cool below, Monsieur Chauvelin, and you will have ample time to think things over. Bonsoir, monsieur. Vive la France. Long live the king.
You're here. They told me.
Yes. Marguerite, my darling, I'm here. We're on our way to England. That's all you have to know.
Are we free now? Really free?
I'm free, my sweet. But you... You know, Chauvelin said that you would not be free until the moment I die.
Darling.
And I won't let it be a moment sooner.
Take leave of the Scarlet Pimpernel. You know, hearing the Brownings get all excited over Christmas reminds me of something, and I'd like to tell you about it before Mr. DeMille comes back with our stars. I want to tell you a very snappy way to trim your Christmas tree. All you need is your old friend Lux Flakes. Now listen, pour a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl and add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water. Whip it up with an egg beater. Gosh, it's wonderful the suds you get. A big pan full of fine white suds that look like whipped cream in the bowl and like real snow on the Christmas tree. Now, take handfuls of the suds and spread them with your fingers all along the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want an even more glittering effect, while the suds are still moist, sprinkle the tree with artificial Christmas snow, the kind you get in the stores. Boy, what an effect you get. Your tree looks as though it had been out in a real, honest-to-goodness snowstorm. It certainly is pretty, all sparkling and everything. And you know, this is one way to help your tree last longer, because the Lux suds cling to the needles and keep them from drying out and falling off too soon. Want me to repeat the recipe? A large-sized box of Lux Flakes, 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, whipped with an egg beater. That's all. Be sure to get the large-sized box of Lux so you can make plenty of snow. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars drop their roles. Lady Marguerite is again Olivia de Havilland, and the Scarlet Pimpernel becomes Leslie Howard.
Well, it was every bit as enjoyable bringing this play to the air, Mr. DeMille, as it was bringing it to the screen. As Madame Grenier told us, the Scarlet Pimpernel really actually existed. I confess I didn't know that until I was making the picture, because surely no character seemed more a piece of elaborate fiction. So naturally, when someone sent me a note and said he belonged to Sir Percy's family, I wondered whether one of my friends had thought up the gag, you know. It was slightly embarrassing not long after when a Mr. Blakeney, a descendant of the original Scarlet Pimpernel, introduced himself to me.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Howard, I heard you say something on this program about turning motion picture director. Earlier tonight, Mr. DeMille added the word producer after your name. Apparently, you're really going into the picture business in all its branches.
Oh, you scare me, Olivia. As a matter of fact, we expect to produce certain pictures in England, but just to be sure that our efforts will appeal to our American audiences, we're going to write our first story right here in Hollywood. It'll be the first time, I believe, that this has been done by an English unit.
Well, there's no reason why the tie that binds the nations can't be made of celluloid. Mr. Haviland, you've been out of Hollywood a long time, filming Dodge Cities. Any adventures on location?
Well, I'm the Dodge City Dodger. I've been dodging kidnappers.
Not kidnappers?
Yes, kidnappers.
Really?
Let me tell you. We were on location near Modesto in the prairie country, and a very fine place, I thought, for a nice, quiet walk. But it seems that 2 very tough-looking gentlemen also decided to take a nice, quiet walk and follow me. And after a couple of miles, they were still right on my heels. There wasn't another soul around, and the only building in sight was a farmhouse. And when I made a dash for that, the 2 men dashed after me. I reached the farmhouse, found it was abandoned, and decided to face it out. I walked right up to the men, demanded what they wanted, and looked them straight in the eye. One of them took something out of his pocket. I didn't dare look. I was too sure it was a six-shooter. Just as I was about to faint, the man poked it under my nose and said, "We sure would like your autograph, Mr. Haviland." Believe me, gentlemen, I signed. Well, Mr. DeMille, I hate to say goodnight, but I guess it's time to. Thank you for another grand evening.
Yes, with an added thank you to all who worked with us in the cast. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Good night, Elizabeth. There's a great show awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it shortly. Heard in The Scarlet Pimpernel were Dennis Green as Monsieur Chauvelin, Walter Kingsford as Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Vernon Steele as Romney, Ramsay Hill as Armand St. Dieu, Reginald Sheffield as Count de Tournay, Eric Snowden as the Prince of Wales, Gerald Cornell as innkeeper, Keith Kenneth as Brinker, Lou Merrill as a barber, George Pembroke as Lord Hastings, John Toty as a voice, Dave Roberts as a guard, and Geraldine Peck, Ethel Sykes, Coral Colebrook, and Betty Sutter as ladies of the court. Mr. Haviland's current film is the Warner Brothers comedy Hard to Get. Mr. Howard is co-director of the new picture Pygmalion. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture, Kentucky. We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1938 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping, too, to fight the dread disease. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Mr. DeMille. It carries a punch like a prizefighter's fist, the play you'll hear next Monday night. Kid Galahad. An exciting drama of the squared circle. It's the story of a manager, the boy he picks to win the title, and the women who love this naive thunderbolt called Kid Galahad. The same two stars you saw in the picture bring the play to our stage. Edward G. Robinson and Wayne Morris, and with them, Miss Joan Bennett and Andrea Leeds. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Kid Galahad, starring Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. And as the evening's special guest, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Dempsey. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From coast to coast, 45,000 Texaco dealers welcome you to the Texaco Star Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Wallington speaking. And once again, Texaco's radio trademarks, the famous Fire Chief Siren and Bell, bring up the curtain in the Texaco Star Theater. Another star-studded hour with John Barrymore and Elaine Barry in a Reinhardt radio production, with Jane Froman, Charlie Ruggles, and Una Merkel, David Brookman's orchestra, and the Texaco chorus. Kenny Baker, who was in New York this week, will be back again next Wednesday. Singing in his place tonight is that popular tenor, Frank Parker. Yes, and present as usual, the doleful deadpan with a chilling chatter, that gloomy gadfly, Ned Sparks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a man who needs no introduction. And by gosh, he isn't going to get one. John Barrymore.
James?
Yes?
James, I would resent that. But being an actor, teachers want to take such minor irritations in stride.
Oh, yes, I know, John. In order to become a great actor, you've got to suffer and supper.
I disagree with you there. Many actors have become great by simply watching me.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
James, do I detect in that last remark a trace of a superiority complex?
Oh, no, John. I just think of myself as an ordinary, simple human being.
Well, for a radio announcer, that's a superiority complex.
Ooh, Doctor, you struck a nerve.
Announcer, radio. Hey. Show business has certainly changed in the last 50 years.
In what way, John?
Oh, in the good old days, the theater had its Edwin Booth, Sarah Bernard, Enrico Caruso, and the immortal Dusa.
Well, we have our great personalities in the theater today.
Yeah, who are they? A mouse, a piece of wood, and 7 dwarfs.
Well, maybe you're right. I guess times have changed. You know, I remember the great days of the movies with William S. Hart, Antonio Marino.
Lillian and Dorothy Gish.
Ah, yes. In those days, the big things were Marino and the Gishes.
Yeah, and today it's the Screeno and the dishes.
In the old days when the villain came in, you could always depend on hearing, "Take back your gold."
Yeah, now all you hear is, "Hi-yo, Silver!"
It's very good. Hello, John. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Una. Hello, Una. I seem to detect a furrow on your alabaster brow. Why so pensive? Why so fraught with care?
Well, John, I wonder if you'd do something for me, would you? I've been collecting data on all the great lovers of history, and I wonder if you'd help me with some of the details.
Why, yes, Una. I'm at your service. What names have you put down already?
Well, there's Casanova and Don Juan.
Yes, Cellini.
Yes, and Henry VIII.
Yeah, Louis XIV.
And then there's Clark Gable and Robert Taylor and Tyrone Power.
And John Barrymore.
Oh, don't change... Oh, John, dear, don't change the subject.
Change the subject? I will hash the subject. Now listen here, my little know-nothing. None of that double talk with me, you know. In my youth, I was voted the handsomest man in America.
Well, it was easy in those days, John. There were only 13 states.
My dear young lady, if a Barrymore could be insulted, that'd be it.
The Barrymores. I've been hearing that phrase long enough. I'll have you know that the Merkles are no slouches either.
Do tell.
Why, I have books that are filled with the tales of my ancestors.
Oh, don't tell me they cut them out and cut them off and filed them. I'm getting right.
John, I'll have you know that my great-aunt Abigail Merkel was a great patriot. She was the only woman in the Boston Tea Party.
All right. What did Aunt Abigail do at the Boston Tea Party?
She poured.
Well, you know, if you really want to go back into history, I mean, back, how back? You remember when George Washington threw a silver dollar across the Potomac?
Yes.
Well, my uncle, Ethan Barrymore, threw him back a hamburger and 90-cent change.
Well, if your uncle had looked at that silver dollar, he'd have seen that even in those days they were using the Merkel family motto.
What's that?
E pluribus unum.
Why don't you cut out the baloney? This stuff is getting mighty tiresome.
Now, you keep out of this, horrible Harry.
You tell him, Una, that's right. After all, my dear man, just because you can't trace your family tree back is no reason why we should keep quiet.
Oh, yeah? Did you ever hear of the burning of Rome?
Did I? It was the Barrymore who blew it out.
Maybe so, but it was started by sparks.
Oh. Hooray for the Merkles.
Hooray for the spark.
Ah, hooray for the idiot.
Right again, every man to his own family.
Now comes a fabulous bit of falderal. Our genial maestro, David Bruckman, takes the bull by the horns. In this case, the bull happens to be Ferdinand. The horns are French horns. David Bruckman, forsooth, remaineth David Bruckman throughout the entire engagement. Are we ready, senor? Strike up at the bull.
He's simply grand, the one and only Ferdinand the Bull. He's terrifical, the Bull. He's pacifical, the sweet and gentle, sentimental. Lucy said she would be Ferdinand. Ferdinand. The Bull is a delegate, he's old Ferdinand. Ferdinand. The Heifers all call him amigo. Ferdinand. Ferdinand. And he courtesy and greets them politely. He never learned to fight. He's been to Bull for hours, dump and take. He's grown the picking beautiful flowers to the day. So off your mark, the Lord, no let the straight come out the boat.
The one and only, that magnifico, that most ferocious, terrific, Ferdinand. The Bull? When the picture on Mr. Boy Ferdinand kissed him, for he never learned to fight. Woo!
Who wouldn't thrill to the matchless performance of the new 1939 cars? Detroit has packed plenty of wallop into these 1939 engines. They're keyed for powerful action. This increased efficiency is the result of improved manufacture. Engine parts today fit with greater precision, which means that the thin film of oil on cylinder walls and pistons must withstand higher temperatures for a longer time. That's no job for an old-style motor oil, because old-style oils may break down and cause expensive repairs. And so your Texaco dealer is ready with a completely new-style oil, made especially for the new-style engines. The new insulated Haviland motor oil. Haviland not only meets the exacting requirements of the new cars, but is a more effective lubricant for any car, old or new. Insulated Haviland will stand up under higher oil temperatures, and yet it flows and lubricates instantly in coldest weather, too. For Haviland is the famous distilled motor oil, made wax-free to provide you with full cold weather protection. There is no better oil than insulated Haviland at any price, at any season. Stop for insulated Haviland at your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Very good, James.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week at the same time, another episode with Jimmy Wallington through Darkest Crankcase. And as you know, Kenny Baker is in New York this week. He'll be back with us next Wednesday night. But this evening, however, we consider ourselves fortunate indeed to have enlisted the services of that grand singer and swell person, one of your favorite radio artists, Mr. Frank Parker. Frank, my lad, we're very happy to have you with us.
Well, you can bet I'm glad to be here, Mr. Barrymore.
And your first number?
Begin the Beguines.
It sounds a little redundant, but there's no time like the present.
When they begin, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin. Never again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are swearing love forever, and promising never to part. What moments divine, what raptures serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people take the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin. Let the love that was once mine remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead alive I only remember. When they begin. Make them play. If the stars of every one return above you, till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven will is when they begin. When they begin,
Bravo! Splendid, Frank. That was simply delightful.
Traditional Tyrolean costume, alpenstock and all.
Why, Charlie Ruggles. Is that Charlie Ruggles?
Well, you're absolutely right. Did you say something a little while ago, John? You said something about charming yodeling or something? I didn't hear it, really.
I was about to say it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had one peek at that Scotch makeup, and I couldn't.
Tell me. What's the matter? What you going to say?
Why did you go all the trouble of putting that outfit on?
Well, I don't know. You know, that guy Emerson is trying to sell me a travel trip, but he'll never do it.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you. You know why I went all the trouble putting it on?
No.
Oh, here he comes again. Here he is.
Excuse me, Charles.
Yeah?
I've got to run along and scallop my doily.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold a scallop for me. I'll bring the cats up, will you, John? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Ruggles, here I am. So you're all dressed and ready to go.
Yeah?
I'm glad to know that you're a man who realizes the importance of travel.
Oh, me? Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, I never go anywhere without traveling.
Yeah, it's wonderful. After you've worked hard for a long time, you're sitting at home in a comfortable easy chair. What are your thoughts always turn to?
A cold glass of beer.
Well, all right. What comes after that?
Another glass of beer and pretzels.
Forget the beer.
What? And choke to death on dry pretzels?
No, I'm speaking of traveling, getting away from it all. There comes a time in every man's life when he yearns to see the far-off places.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't you ever had an ache for ballet?
No, but I've had it vice versa.
I'm doubling up.
You've got one too. That's too bad.
Look,
an ache for ballet. I'd like to do that over again. Would you mind?
Let it go.
All right, we'll let it go.
Sometime or other you wanted to see the magic Isle of Bali, but did you do anything about it?
Yes, indeed. I packed a bag and went right downtown to a movie.
To a movie? Oh, a travelogue. Oh, but you don't have to pack a bag to go to the movies.
Oh, yes, I do, yeah. I'm the fellow who stays for both features, you see.
How would you like to take a trip across 3,000 miles of ocean?
Well, that'll be fine if I don't have to row.
No. We can take an ocean liner. And before you know it, you've reached some faraway port.
I have, really? Oh, my, what a wonderful trip. Was I seasick? Where am I now?
How are you? What's that? Hawaii. Yeah, I'm well. How are you? I'm talking about Hawaii. Oh. A summery symphony of land and sea and sky. Mm-hmm. A tropic holiday you'll never forget. As we draw near land and we see the Sterling Swirt. Yeah, what is that? Oh, my. Sterling Swirt. That's pretty good. Sterling Swirt. What's the first thing we see on the beach? Well, I don't know. A bale of hay with some girls in it or something? I don't know. Something the islands are really famous for. What's full of ashes and smokes continually? Well, my pipe, but what's that got to do with it? So I'm speaking of Maui, the volcano. Why, when it gets going, people scatter for miles around. Yeah, well, that's my pipe. That's right. Me. Oh, my. Oh, my. You're all in on that today, aren't you, huh? We're going to rehearse that, I think. Now, if you wish, you can spend a week in Hawaii, or if you prefer, the cruise pushes on to Havana, Puerto Rico, and Samoa, where the native girls wear only a sarong. Oh, no, Liz, wait a minute. I know a place where the girls only wear bracelets. Really? Where? On their wrists. I fooled you, didn't I, huh? I wish somebody get me a blanket. My legs are cold here. Listen, Ruggles, we'll skip Samoa. Oh, we didn't stay there long, did we, huh? Let's push on down to South America. All right. Over the placid waters, our boat glides past Chile and Peru, and eventually stops at Brazil. You know what they raise in Brazil? Well, no. Nuts. Well, nuts to you. I only answered your question, you know. Let's be serious. How would you like to see Venice, Constantinople, Baden-Baden? Yeah, what? Didn't you ever take the baths at Baden-Baden? No, but I used to go swimming at Kona with Simone Guna Guna. That was a lovely place, Guna Guna. All right, Ruggles, we'll go somewhere else. La Belle Paris. Oh. The pearl by the Seine, the gayest of cities, where we find joy, laughter, toujours l'amour. Oh, is she over there, too? My goodness. Well, I like that. Look, how about England? The great metropolis of London, the foggiest city in the world. Oh, I've been in foggier towns than that. Foggier than London? Where was it? Well, I couldn't tell. It was too foggy. Oh, but the English countryside is a pageant of pastoral peace and beauty. And on this particular tour, we've made arrangements for you to shoot at the Earl of Clownberry's country seat. Well, won't he get sore if we hit it? Suppose we push on to Switzerland for the winter sport. Yeah, will you quit pushing, please? We've been pushing more places on this tour. St. Moritz with its skating and its skiing. What's that? Skiing. You go up to the top of a hill, you strap on a pair of skis. Yeah, my. And then you glide down like the wind. Yeah, it sounds a little brazen, doesn't it? Listen, Ruggles, the ski isn't what you think it is. Well, now, wait, I wouldn't say that, young man. After all, I wasn't secretary at the YWCA for nothing, you know. Sometimes you act as if you were. Well, at least I don't go around strapping girls on my feet. Well, she is not a girl. Yeah, don't tell me it's a boy. No, it's not a boy either. Yeah, young man, you've talked yourself into an awful spot here, you know that? Mr. Ruggles, why is it so hard for you to choose a trip? There must be one you'd like. No matter how remote, how difficult to reach, my firm can get you there. Well, the place I'm thinking of is practically impossible. Impossible? Mm-hmm. Why, there's no place that's impossible to us. Just name the spot and we'll get you the ticket. Well, how about the Rose Bowl? Oh.
Hey, John, pardon me for interrupting, but I want to show you a new picture I just took of my baby.
Speaking of pictures, I noticed you didn't get your album back from Ned Sparks. So I'm looking it over before the broadcast today. Mm-hmm. You know, that guy's liable to start ribbing you about it again.
Oh, no, he wouldn't dare.
Well, anyway, let's see the picture.
All right, here it is.
Isn't that you leaning over the baby's crib?
Oh, yes, and little Junior looks like he's absorbing everything I'm saying.
Yeah, little absorbing Junior. Pardon me, stranger. Could I interest you in a quart of good blood?
That guy's so full of cheese he could be used as bait in a mousetrap.
Okay, Wallington, come and get it.
Now, listen. I won't have the name of Wallington bandied about that way. After all, my uncle was a member of the British aristocracy.
Is this the body here?
Where?
Here in the album. The last time I saw a face like that, it was running third at Saratoga.
Give me back that album.
On with your muttering.
Just as sure as we're heading into cold weather, you may be heading into trouble starting your car, unless you use an emergency-grade gasoline.
I challenge that.
You challenge what?
That a guy could look like this and still stay out of a cage.
Say, who are you talking about now?
This mummy with a peanut skull.
What? That's my Uncle William. They wanted to be ambassador to France, but he was too busy, so he crawled out of the diplomatic work.
Yeah, looks more like he crawled out of the woodwork.
Will you give me back that album?
Go peddle your papers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most important cold weather driving fact is, regardless of how many gallons of gasoline you have in the tank, you depend on only a few ounces of chilled gasoline in the carburetor to turn over your engine. That means you should use emergency duty Fire Chief gasoline, made especially for cold weather. Fire Chief vaporizes instantly, starts your car quickly.
Hey, Alfred Aldo, who's this skeleton in the short skirt and the broom?
Why, that's my uncle, General Angus Wallington. You can't say anything about his face. He was the John Barrymore of Scotland.
I've seen better-looking pans under an ice box.
Now, you can't talk that way about my Uncle Angus. What an impressive figure he was. Why, from his head down to his toes, he was pure Scotch.
His face looks more like a chaser.
Give me back that album.
Go on.
Fire Chief is an improved gasoline. It has the power to start even the giant motors of fire engines with surprising speed.
I suppose so.
Yeah, it does. Even on the coldest days, Fire Chief takes the spark promptly. Gives you fast engine warm-up. It quickly develops all of your car's full power.
Who's the babe and the Mother Hubbard with the satchel puss?
That's my Aunt Minna.
Does she bite?
Now listen. Listen here, Spark. I'll have you know it's a rare privilege to see her picture. She was one of the world's most famous spies. When most men saw her, she was wearing a veil.
How come she wasn't arrested?
You mean for spying?
No, concealing a deadly weapon.
Will you give me back that album?
Not a chance. This is better than Barney Google.
Ladies and gentlemen, find out for yourself why a greater number of motorists switch to Fire Chief every winter and then stay with it all year round. Next time, try a Texaco dealer.
Say, Alfred Aldo, who's this guy eating the banana?
Well, that happens to be my cousin Tyrone, and he's not eating a banana.
Don't tell me that thing is a nose.
Now, listen here. Spark, you give me back that book.
Not a chance. I haven't come to the end yet.
Well, you had all week to look at it.
No, I didn't. I sent the book to Ripley, but he wouldn't buy it.
What do you mean?
He wrote me back and said, I don't believe it.
Seconds, we return you to the Texaco Star Theater with John Barrymore, Una Merkel, Ned Sparks, Charlie Ruggles, Jane Froman, and Frank Parker. And a Reinhardt production starring John Barrymore and Elaine Barry. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
And now back to the Texaco Star Theater. And Frank Parker, our torrid tenor, turns his talent to the tintinnabulating tempo of a tender, touching tune.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barrymore. Come and have tea with me sometime.
Banish the banter and begin the ballade, my boy. Frank Parker sings Thine Alone from that lilting operetta, Eileen.
In thine arms enfold me, my beloved. Let thine eyes look fondly into mine. For thy love bears a spell all too wondrous to tell. Is a rapture and melody. Love
And now for our Reinhardt radio drama, starring John Barrymore and Elaine Barry in an original play entitled Your Honor, written especially for the Texaco Star Theater by John Green and Harry Cronman. Music by David Brookman. Your Honor is a story of Steve Farrell, one of the most successful criminal lawyers of his time. Arrogant, confident, self-assured, he has never lost an important case, and his brilliant courtroom strategy has never been more ably demonstrated than in the present trial. The scene, a courtroom. Steve Farrell, played by John Barrymore, is summing up the case.
Gentlemen of the jury. Gentlemen, I hold in my hand Exhibit A, this little flask, which we are told contains a powerful explosive, enough to blow this entire court to kingdom come. The district attorney, with estimable, if slightly misguided zeal, has proved that it was found in the defendant's possession. That much we admit. But we do not admit that this colorless liquid, which you see, is anything more than a harmless cleaning fluid. I tell you, gentlemen, that Walter Brophy is an innocent man. I'd stake my life on it. I'd stake the lives of every person in this court. And if you want proof...
This court is adjourned. This court is adjourned.
Arrow wins again. It's about the Brophy case. Dramatic finale of Brophy case. DA's explosive charge collapses.
We sure put that job over, didn't we, Mr. Farrell?
Admit the build-up, Gilly. How much?
Like I told you, $2,000.
Yeah, I wish I made my money that easy.
What do you mean easy? That wasn't no sense, getting in the DA's safe and switching them bottles. Supposing I got caught. Supposing they started throwing lead while I was carrying away that hot stuff.
We'd have missed you, Gilly, for a few minutes.
Always kidding. Where's the dough?
In this envelope, all 20s. And don't make a bank deposit for a few weeks, just in case.
Don't let it worry you. When I go into a bank, it ain't to put nothing in. Get it?
It taxes my mental capacities, but I'm afraid I do.
Gee, I gotta hand it to you, though. You sure got a lot of nerve, Mr. Farrell. I was sitting in court when you started heaving that bottle. And for a second, I was kind of worried myself. How did you know that wasn't the real stuff? Suppose I give you the double cross.
The double cross, huh? You're not that stupid, Gilly. I had to be here to pay you off. Miss Healy?
Yes, Mr. Farrell.
Ask Miss Carter to come in, please.
Yes,
Mr. Gilly. Mr. Gilly is leaving.
Okay, I get it. I don't have to have no house fall on me.
Oh.
Excuse me, girlie.
Well, shall I open the window?
Charge the Brophy account for $2,000, Carter. Incidental expenses.
Oh, why do we have to deal with people like that?
You don't like some of my assistants?
Assistants? Gunmen, safecrackers, men who frighten witnesses and destroy evidence.
Well, now, really?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Farrell. I just couldn't help it.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, I don't know.
How long have you been with me, Carter?
12 years, Mr. Farrell.
Haven't you been happy here?
Well, yes. Yes, of course. Only, well, sometimes I wish...
Yeah? Go on.
Look, Mr. Farrell, you've got more brains than any of them. Why can't we win our cases honestly, without all those tricks? Well, you're smarter. You know more law. You know more about human nature than any lawyer in this city. You could be such a great man.
You're a sentimentalist, Carter. And there's no room for sentiment in a business like ours. A lawyer's hired to win cases by any means he may find necessary.
Well, why can't they be honest means?
One doesn't quibble with success. I haven't lost a case in 20 years, Carter.
You haven't won a case in 20 years, Mr. Farrell. Not honestly.
Miss Carter!
Well, you wouldn't know how to win without tricks anymore. You've wasted your talents on crooks and thieves. helping them to cheat the law. Well, there were so many worthy ones you might have helped. Well, there's Nancy Smith, lying in the tomb, innocent, waiting for trial. And she'll go to the chair because there's no one to help her, because she has no money and no friends. Oh, she needs someone like you, Mr. Farrell, but you're too busy. Oh, sure, you're too busy making money, making it the easy way. And so Nancy Smith will have to die. Oh, I'm sorry. I've had it on my chest a long time. I just had to say it.
Are you finished?
Yes. I suppose you want me to go now.
Yes, Carter.
Oh.
Just as far as that telephone. Call the DA's office. Tell him I'll take the case of Nancy Smith.
Why, Mr. Farrell,
And I promise you, Carter, this will be one case I'll win honestly.
Oh, Mr. Farrell.
Just to show you that I can.
You can have 5 minutes, Mr. Farrell.
Thank you, Warden. Hello, Nancy.
Who are you?
I'm Steve Farrell. I'm a lawyer. I want to help you, Nancy. I want to take your case.
Why?
Because I think you need my help.
I haven't any money.
I don't want money.
What do you want?
I've told you. I want to help you.
Why should you want to help me?
Now, look here, Nancy. Your life depends on this. You must trust me.
I don't trust anybody anymore.
You've got to trust me.
Why should I? You're no different from the rest. They come here and stare at me, ask me questions, take my pictures. Oh, why don't you go away? Why don't you leave me alone?
Nancy. Nancy, you came here from the country, didn't you? Wouldn't you like to go back there? Back among your own where people are friendly and real and you don't have to breathe secondhand air.
What's the use? I never will.
I give you my solemn word. If you believe in me, I'll prove you innocent.
Why should you want to do so much for me? I've never done anything for you.
You didn't learn to ask those questions in the country. Now, listen, Nancy. I didn't intend telling you this, but I need you as much as you need me. More, perhaps. I've never lost a client to the electric chair, but somebody showed me something today. I know all the little back doors, the loopholes, and the fire escapes in the law, and for 20 years I've sneaked my clients out through those exits. Now I want to start taking them out the front way. And you could give me the chance. You see what I mean?
Not exactly.
I believe you're innocent. I want to prove it. I've got to prove it.
I don't know what to think. But if you could...
I can, but first I got to know the truth. Why did you kill Tonelli?
I didn't mean to. The gun went off. He was trying to take it away from me.
What were you doing with a gun?
It was for me. He promised to marry me. And then...
Yeah, I know. Your father and mother know what's happened?
I don't think so.
Haven't they seen your pictures in the paper?
I don't think they'd recognize me now.
Oh. No. I guess they wouldn't. You poor kid. That's the story. That's the story we're going to tell the jury. Now, will you please tell the jury about your parents, Nancy?
Yes. Father and mother were both very religious. On Sundays, we went to church. I taught Sunday school. Every night after dinner, Father read a chapter out of the Bible. And one thing I heard over and over, the wages of sin is death.
You never forgot that?
Never.
Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Without question, all that counsel for the defense has so painstakingly established.
And yet, Nancy Smith, you left all that to come to the city, didn't you?
Well, I thought I'd find work.
Work? And what were you trained for?
I always made my own dresses at home. Everyone told me they were different and pretty. I thought I might get a job as a designer. I wanted a career. What are they laughing at?
Your Honor, this girl is on trial for a life. This is no laughing matter.
Order. Will the district attorney please proceed?
And now, Miss...
There have been times...
Attorney Strix, Your Honor.
Order.
I charge that Nancy Smith is guilty of murder in the first degree.
She's innocent. It's your duty to protect her.
It is your duty to condemn her.
You, the jury, are to decide Nancy Smith's guilt or innocence.
She's innocent.
She's guilty.
She's innocent.
She's guilty.
Innocent.
Guilty.
Innocent. Innocent.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We, the jury, find Nancy Smith guilty of murder in the first degree.
Mr. Farrell is here to see you, Nancy.
Hello, Nancy.
Hello, Mr. Farrell.
Nancy, Well, I haven't any news for you. We're still trying. They've got to give us a new trial, Nancy.
You've been very good to me.
I lost the case.
But you couldn't help it.
I don't know. All I know is that I've never believed in anyone as strongly as I do in you. I know you're innocent. They weren't trying you in that court. They were trying me. They're punishing you for my sin.
Mr. Farrell.
Yeah?
One thing frightens me terribly. I can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Nancy?
They said I'm guilty. They said I committed the greatest crime of all.
That was the district attorney who said that, Nancy.
But when I die, when I leave, will God say that I'm guilty too?
No, Nancy.
If I could only be sure.
You know what the Bible says? Be thou faithful unto death.
Yes, but it's after death.
Nancy, believe in me, Nancy. Just a little longer, and I promise you, by all that's holy, by all that's right and good, you will be declared innocent.
Bob, have you got the proofs on the Nancy Smith story?
I did, Chief.
Hey, Chief, what a yarn just came in on the wire. Guess who's bumped himself off? Steve Farrell. Farrell, a suicide?
Yeah, must have been about the same time as Nancy Smith. And boy, what a note he wrote for himself. Listen to this, Chief. This is the note they found. I am appealing the case of Nancy Smith to the highest court. Signed, Steve Farrell.
The case of Nancy Smith. Is there one to speak for her?
I am here to speak for Nancy Smith. She was so young and desperate, she feared to come without a friend. Your Honor, my name is Stephen Farrell. I've never pleaded in this court before, but I'm told that the only credentials one needs are honesty and purity and faith here. I know I'm not worthy to stand before this court, but if perhaps I may say what is in my heart, this once, not for myself, but for another, then I will rest at peace through all eternity. I am not overruled. I may proceed. Thank you. My plea will not be very long. On earth, a girl was tried for mortal sin, gentle and innocent, She couldn't stand against their vicious hates. They laughed at her. They laughed because they couldn't understand the simple faith, the pure and childlike things of which she spoke. Nancy Smith was innocent, Your Honor. As a child is innocent before it learns the evils of the world. And knowing how much she suffered there on earth, I took it on myself. I had no right, I know, but I presumed to promise her that here before the highest court, her innocence would be proclaimed for all time. Humbly I pray it of her. Give me a sign. One small sign that I may know. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God.
You have just heard John Barrymore as Steve Farrell, Elaine Barry as Nancy Smith, and Paula Winslow as Miss Carter in a stirring performance in the Texaco Star Theater. Jane Froman sings, Have You Forgotten So Soon?
Have you forgotten so soon that lovely night in June, our graduation dance, the glorious beginning of a beautiful romance? All those gay diversions we planned in advance. Have you forgotten so soon? Have you forgotten so soon? The winding country lane, a little wayside inn, and sipping tea while listening to a muted violin, thrilling to the old songs by Irving Berlin. Have you forgotten so soon? Don't you still remember the witch's party on Halloween? And that grand December, the whitest Christmas we'd ever seen. Have you forgotten so soon that loving cup we made of old Italian wine? That New Year's Eve at Tony's when the gang sang Old Exile? All those nights in heaven that you could demand. Have you forgotten so soon?
Gentlemen, you are listening to the Texaco Star Theater. And here's a personal message from the 45,000 Texaco dealers.
Remember as a youngster the thrill you got the first time you saw an airplane? A tiny speck soaring smoothly through space? If you were like most youngsters, you probably said, someday I'm going to fly. Perhaps you never realized that ambition. If so, to you we say, today you can enjoy the smoothness of flying in your own car, in your own driving, with Texaco's new, different Sky Chief gasoline. Sky Chief's name came from the sky, was inspired by the smoothness of Skyliners in flight. In your car, it provides you with the smoothest flowing power and ground travel. You feel as though you were riding on air. Motorists who have tried Sky Chief say that they never dreamt there could be such a thrilling difference in gasolines, that a gasoline could take off so quickly,
could level the hills, stretch the miles so noticeably. They agree Sky Chief is luxury gasoline for motorists who want the best. And yet, new, different Sky Chief cost no more than other premium gasolines. For Sky Chief or Fire Chief, next time try a Texaco dealer.
Well, we've had a grand time so far, but as you know, my friends, good things can't go on forever. Comes now the Merkel melodrama.
Would you introduce it for me, John?
You slice it, kid. It's your turkey.
Okay, John. For tonight's Merkel melodrama, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a play about the African jungle entitled Very Well, Cannibal, or 45,000 Dealers Go to Pot. As the scene opens, Charlie Ruggles, the intrepid explorer, and myself are trekking through Africa. Some trekking music, David?
Well, here we are in the heart of the jungle. Just think. No human beings for thousands of miles around. Just us and those wild animals.
Programs. Get your programs here. You can't tell one animal from another without your programs. Get your programs. Say, sister, you got your first aid supplies?
Well, I brought along some Napoleon brandy in case we get bitten by snakes.
How about you, buddy? Yeah, I brought the snakes.
What's that?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. Could it be an elephant?
Well, if it's that big and it isn't an elephant, I'll die. Quick, Charlie, shoot him.
No. Shoot an elephant? Oh, no, not me.
Why not?
Yeah, I'm a Republican.
Popcorn, peanuts, feed the elephants. Nice fresh peanuts.
Hey, white guy, how long have you been in this jungle?
5 years.
Well, how's the game here?
Notre Dame lost 13-0.
What's that?
Sounds like natives beating on the tom-toms.
Well, this is no time for baby talk, Una, please. Gosh, maybe they're headhunters.
Oh, well, don't you worry, Charlie. After all, what can they take from you?
Yep,
there goes again.
Listen, if those ain't cannibals, I'll eat my shirt.
Yeah, and if they are cannibals, they'll save you the trouble. Here come the natives. What'll we do?
Well, I'll wait till they come 5 steps nearer, and if they don't start tap dancing, I'm running.
Well, it's too late to run, Charlie. We're surrounded. Here comes the chief.
Oh.
Charlie, I'm frightened.
Don't worry. I'll answer him, unless he chokes to death. Wait a minute, I'll answer him.
How did you learn the language?
Yeah, my mother was frightened by an auctioneer, dear. That's far enough. What are you saying, Chief, or do you know?
Yeah, no, whatever became of $30 every Thursday.
An man with a loincloth.
Well, folks, now that she is here, you must stay in that potluck with her.
My real Southern hospitality.
Yeah, well, where do we sit?
Where do you sit? In the pot.
Now, look here, Mr. Bones. Prime ribs of Ruggles is not too tasty a dish, you know.
Oh, baby, but that marinated Merkel.
Oh.
Sorry, Chief, you can't do it. We done run out of eating tools.
Oh,
yeah, the Chief hasn't got any eating tools.
Just in time, folks. I have here a set of warranted silverware, guaranteed not to rust, bust, varnish, or tarnish.
Oh, me.
Oh, my.
We'll try. I know it. Look here, my good man. How did you ever get here, anyway?
I was stranded out here 5 years ago with the Major Bowes International Unit. Popcorn, peanuts, silverware.
Dinner is served.
Oh, woe is me.
Oh, woe is me, too.
Oh, if only Tarzan were here to save us.
If only...
Oh, it's Tarzan Stark.
It's Ned Sparks with a large mouth of a leopard skin.
Well, folks. Folks, it's in again. Africa's revenge for the Mars invasion.
Quiet, Kingfish, or I'll slap you back to the Cotton Club.
Oh, wonderful Tarzan. Take off your mask so I may kiss you.
I'm not wearing a mask.
Oh, then for land's sake, put one on.
Listen, Bright Eyes, the last time I saw a face like yours, it was low man on a totem pole.
Look here, my young man, you can't talk that way about my sweetheart. And anyway, I don't even believe you are Tarzan. As I recall, Tarzan is a friend of the apes.
That's right, my friend.
Well, Mr. Tarzan, we're certainly thankful you saved us from the boiling pot.
Yep, so long, Tarzy, old boy. Come over and see me sometime. We'll split an oak branch together.
No, not on your life. You're coming to live with me.
Oh, my goodness. You mean we've got to look at that puss of yours 7 days a week and 52 weeks a year?
That's right, Bo.
Hey, Chief. Yeah, Bo? Get that pot ready, will you?
Well, the show's over, Mr. Barrymore. Are you and Elaine going out with the rest of us tonight?
Why, of course. Where are we going, kiddies?
We've got a swell new floor show at Stage 1. Oh, let's go skating at the Roller Dome.
Say, listen, why don't you all visit the Barrymores? If you're real good, I'll tell you some stories about a fascinating person.
Who?
Me.
Sorry, I can't stay for the weekend.
Good night, all.
Good night.
So long, folks.
Yeah, nighty night.
Wait.
Good night, folks. Good night, Una. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
So the curtain falls on another performance in the Texaco Star Theater. 45,000 dealers from coast to coast say thanks for coming and come again next Wednesday night. Miss Anne Harding and Adolphe Manjou will join our regular cast in a Reinhardt radio drama. The entire production was under the personal direction of Bill Baker. This is Jimmy Wallington saying good night.
Tonight would get out of town from Leave It to Me and My Own from That Certain Age. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood Good Gulf dealer joins the Gulf Oil Companies in presenting the sixth in a new series of programs. Reviews, musical comedies, and dramatic shows, all the varied entertainment forms of Hollywood. So welcome all of you to the Motion Picture Star's own program. Welcome to the Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Olivia de Havilland, William Bakewell, Clarence Derwin, Akim Tamirov, Spencer Tracy, Oscar Bradley, Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the sixth of the Motion Picture Star's own programs, the Gulf Screen Guild Show. As you know, we present a different type show with a different cast of stars each week, all of them written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week it was a review. Next week, a musical comedy starring Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, and Charles Winninger. Tonight, it's a drama, 3 Days March, directed by Frank Lloyd and written by Lawrence Stallings under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Our story tonight was taken from the Journal of a War Correspondent. It is not a judgment of war, and it holds no brief for or against any existing or past governments, but merely sets its scene on a turbulent, war-torn stage and brings into sharp focus the people sometimes called secret agents, to whom war is only a device to be used for their own selfish interests and profit. In tonight's story, we meet Janet Taylor, played by Olivia de Havilland, Joe Ransom, played by Spencer Tracy, Akim Tamirov as Ahmed, William Bakewell as Jenkins, and Clarence Derwin as Markham. The time might be November, 1 year, 5 or 10 years ago. The place, a spot like Djibouti, gateway to Ethiopia, jumping off place of civilization. The crowded, sweaty little town swarms with soldiers, correspondents, thieves, and spies. Lights. Music. Curtain.
Please, don't all yell at once. Does anyone here speak English?
I speak English, missy. I speak English,
All
yes.
right, if you can get my bags away from the other quarters.
Oh, that's easy, Mem Sahib. Hey, yell him. Get away, you don't. No, get away, you.
You don't have to show them.
I don't have to, but I would like it. Oh, only 3 pieces of luggage, Mem Sahib.
Don't forget that typewriter.
Oh, sure, I have it. Now, come, this way. Where do you stay in Djibouti?
A friend in Cairo recommended the Regis Hotel.
Oh, yes, the Regis, friend in Cairo. Yes. Yes, the Regis is just the hotel for you, Mem Sahib. It is just the right hotel. This way, Mem Sahib. This way. The best rooms in this hotel are on the 2nd floor.
Don't your guests register at the desk?
Oh, yes, sure. But I have reserved a room for you.
Well, how did you know I was coming?
Oh, a whisper, even a thought, travels fast out here. Miss Taylor, this way, please.
You even know my name.
Oh, of course. This, I'm sure, is the room you want.
Thank you.
Enter, please.
What is it, Ahmed?
Miss Taylor, she has arrived, Sahib.
Oh, I've been wondering when you'd turn up, Miss Taylor. Sit down, please. Close the door, Ahmed.
Yes, Sahib.
You're younger and more attractive than I expected, but that's good for the job at hand.
Just what is this job?
Didn't they tell you in Cairo?
Not in detail.
I buy and sell information.
For any particular government?
No, I sell to the highest bidder. I understand you're a newspaper reporter.
No, I was a newspaper reporter. I lost my job. That's why I'm here.
I think you'll serve our purpose, don't you, Ahmed?
Oh, sure, Sahib.
Now, Miss Taylor, here on this map is the town of Diridawa. And over here, 3 days' march away, is the desert village of Bulale. Between the two, there are a number of fords across the Fan River. Over one ford, they will move men, supplies, and munitions for the next and deciding battle of this war.
Where do I come in?
You must find that ford. We have scouted the country, but it's too thickly wooded for aerial observation. The job must be done on foot. Ahmed will travel with you.
Well, suppose I get the information you want. How do I transmit it?
Continue on to Bulale. Send it on shortwave wireless as a news story to some American paper. I'll pick it up off the air.
Sounds like a nice, easy assignment.
Not so difficult, Miss Taylor. Fortunately, a fellow countryman of yours is making the same trip. Joe Ransom, a newsdeal cameraman. Now, I think if you and Ahmed went to Diridawa, you could meet Ransom and find a way to make him useful without arousing his suspicions. You must follow my instructions.
Excuse me, could you gentlemen tell me...
It's a mirage. Jenkins, am I going nuts, or is she a Caucasian?
Why don't you touch her and see if she's real?
Don't pay any attention to him, sister. He's a sound man in love with the sound of his own voice. My name's Joe Ransom. What's yours?
Janet Taylor.
Is that a makeup kit or a typewriter?
Well, I use it for both. I make up little pieces for the New York Globe.
Oh, a sob sister, huh? Is this your first trip outside the city limits?
No, they sent me to Staten Island once.
I suppose you're here to do the woman's angle of the war?
Yes, I'm going through to Bulale.
Well, you haven't got a chance.
How come?
I'm on my way now to Addis-Ababa to pick up a passport to take my party through. It's taken weeks, 1,000 miles of red tape, and 10 years off my life to get it. They'll never listen to a girl.
The train's starting, Ransom.
Okay. I'll see you next week when I get back from Addis-Ababa, sister. So long, Jenk.
So long.
Sit on that equipment till I get back.
Sure.
Is he always that helpful?
He'd help you if he could, but he's got other things to worry about. Well, I've got to collect some cans of film. Good luck to you, sister.
Well, Mem Sahib,
Yes, Ahmed?
what about Ransom?
He'll never let us join his party.
No? Well, let us suppose, Mem Sahib, that he found both of us a day's march out of the Dawa. Alone. It's so simple. A country woman lost on the desert, young, beautiful, helpless. That's the way, Mem Sahib, and I know just the spot he will find us.
Could you let yourself get stranded in the middle of the desert? What do you think this is?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Ransom. Is it my fault if my car burned up?
What happened to your porters?
They ran off last night. Only Ahmed stayed.
Yeah, you sure you didn't send them away?
Well, why would I do that?
So a guy named Ransom would have to pick you up and carry you along to Bulali.
I suppose you think I burned the car and all my supplies to hone in on your assignment.
I wouldn't put it past you. Okay, I guess I'll have to give you a lift.
You don't have to give me anything.
I wouldn't be surprised if I took you up on that. Now, why not hop up on the camel and cut out the acting? Go on, sister. Hurry up.
This is pretty bad stuff, Joe. You know what the natives think of unattached women in this man's war. Why, they might...
It's too late to worry about that now. We got one. All right, let's move. Imshi, Imshi. Too hot to sleep in your tent?
No, I just wanted to see what the desert was like at night.
Don't go too far from the fire. There's a lot of things out there in the dark you wouldn't want to meet.
What?
Things the fire holds back. Lions, jackals, men, maybe.
Are we getting near the fighting?
Yeah.
The trails must be pretty well patrolled. And the sky, too.
Well, we can put out the fire if we hear a plane. How do you like that music?
I don't know. Here in a desert like this, it's kind of frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. Oh, before I forget, I'm sorry for the way I sounded off this afternoon. But you see, this trip means a lot to me. I've been trying to get through for weeks. Even now, I'm not sure I'll make it.
Didn't you get your passport?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean much beyond Bulali. That country's run by a lot of minor chiefs. They may say no dice.
Then your whole trip would be for nothing?
Well, that's the breaks. This is a rotten game we're in.
I wouldn't give it up for anything.
Well, you can have my share as soon as this mess is over. I'm going back to the States and live like a human being.
Oh, you'll die of that stagnation.
Yeah? Say, for 15 years, I've had a ringside seat at every major catastrophe to the human race. I've seen it burn and bleed, get blown up and drown. I'm sick of it. I want to realize again that people do other things. Go to church on Sunday. Listen to the radio for fun and not to find out when they're going to be bombed. Stagnation. This is stagnation.
Ransom, plane coming over.
Put out the fire. Scatter it.
He's headed this way.
He's seen the fire.
Move out. Scatter.
Down. Here she comes.
Check. Let the fire go. Run.
Get that girl out of the way.
Get back, Jake. Get back.
Take care.
Jake.
Wait, Joey may come back.
Oh, she does. Jake.
He's over here, Sahib.
Jake, are you all right, Jake? Are you? Oh. Get my kit. Give me that flask in my tent.
You will not need your kit, Sahib. It's too bad. Well, perhaps he did not feel it when it happened.
Joe, what is it? What are you doing?
Go back. Get out of here.
Oh.
Great pity. It is the will of Allah.
Yeah, it's the will of Allah. Maybe it'd be better to keep Allah out of this and put the blame where it belongs. And a lot of guys who don't tip their hats to Allah or any other god. The ones who don't even have a cause to fight for. The informers who buy and sell to the highest bidder. They're the ones who killed Jenk, not the kid in the monkey suit. Yeah, they killed him. Killed him and got paid for it.
The curtain has just fallen on the first act of your Screen Guild play, 3 Days March, starring Spencer Tracy, Olivia de Havilland, and Akim Tamirov. We're happy to bring you these Screen Guild shows, and we're happy at this time to bring you a word from the organization who makes this weekly visit possible.
In Grandfather's time, a man had to take good care of old Dobbin if he wanted to go sleigh riding the next day. Well, the modern automobile does a lot more for us than Dobbin ever could, and yet it demands a lot less care. Just look after a few simple things, and your car will be your faithful servant all winter long. For instance, be sure that your car is running on a real high-test gasoline. Gulf No-Nox ethyl gasoline. Down south, where the weather is milder, Gulf No-Nox ends motor NOx in both old and new cars. And up north, where the weather is cold, Gulf No-Nox starts instantly. Now, that means less battery drain, less chance of a towing bill, and more economical performance right through the month of February. So there's the whole story of high-test Gulf No-Nox. It ends slow starts, and it ends motor NOx. Drive in tomorrow and ask your good Gulf dealer for Gulf No-Nox, the knock-proof gasoline.
This is the second act of 3 Days March, written by Lawrence Stallings and directed by Frank Lloyd, starring Olivia de Havilland, Akim Tamirov, and Spencer Tracy. It is dawn on the third day of the march through the desert to Bulali. Joe Ransom's small newsreel party has just reached a ford in the Fan Fan River.
Don't let your camel drink here, Achman. Ride along with us. We'll stop on the other side of the river.
Yes, Sahib Ransom.
I'm sick of hearing camel bells. Will we get to Bulali tonight?
Yeah, sure, if we step on it. You want to send a dispatch from there to your paper?
Can I?
Yeah, sure, by field wireless. 500-word limit. You can start off with first white woman gets through the front. Or your boss might kick through with a bonus.
Yes. A bonus.
Yeah, but don't get too literal about times and places. I'm on trust here to censor my own dispatches so they don't tip off any troop movements.
I'll be glad to let you read my story.
You might give poor Jenk a little send-off. Tell how it happened. He's got folks back in the States. It might help.
Yes,
Thanks.
I'll do that.
Imshi, keep moving.
Allah is good to us, Mem Sahib.
What do you mean, Ahmed?
Why, this is the fort the Sahib in Djibouti sent us to find. You can see by the sand that many men and many camels have crossed here. And now Sahib Ransom arranges for us to use the wireless.
Ahmed, we're not sending information to Djibouti.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I understand. Oh, sure. You feel a woman's pity for the accident that happened to Jenkins 2 nights back, eh?
I didn't know what I was getting into. But now that I do know, I'm through.
Oh, no, Mem Sahib. No. Your job will be finished when you include a few words of code in your message from Bulali. The Sahib is waiting for it. You are through? Oh, no, Mem Sahib, no.
Let's get off the road and let gang of soldiers go by.
Bulali's full of them. Is something big going to break?
Yeah. Up ahead somewhere.
Say, Joe, what is it with us? Are we quarantined or something? They shoo us out of the mosque. They mutter and grumble if we walk into a bazaar. But the corporal didn't even want to take my dispatch. Am I poison or something?
Take a good look at that street. Packed jam with natives down from the hills. Just one light dusting of civilization above savages. There'd be plenty of trouble, sister, if that mob gets out of hand.
Well, what would start them off?
You know, your paper should have given you a book of rules when they sent you out here.
For instance, Joe?
For instance, they should have told you that rule number 1 with these natives is that women don't appear in public until they're married, and then only with their husbands.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Plenty. Right now, they're getting a kick out of just looking, but later...
Later? What do you mean?
I mean, later the headlines back home would read, Girl Reporter Mysteriously Disappears.
I certainly am a big help to you, aren't I, Joe?
Well, there's one solution.
What's that?
We could get married.
Married? Oh, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about turning you from what they think is a camp follower into a respectable Mohammedan wife. And they wouldn't lay a hand on you. Well, how about it?
Well, I don't
now,
know.
Look, you're not in New York now, and don't kid yourself that I'm in love with you. I just want to bring you back alive, that's all.
Oh, so you're willing to sacrifice yourself to protect me?
It's less trouble that way.
Well, I don't know how to thank you, Joe.
Oh, don't bother.
I won't. And don't you bother about my African reputation either. I'll take care of that myself.
Yeah? How?
I'll go back to Diradawa. I'd go tonight if I could get a passport.
Oh, you go tonight, huh?
Yes. You think I'm frightened?
Okay, I'll get you a passport. I'll take you to one of the chiefs and fix it up. But just let me do all the talking. See, no matter what he says, you just nod your head and say yes. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Come on, Elsie Dinsmore.
أنت جنت لا تخوضي هذا الرجل جو رانسم أن يكون جوزك إلا لبات.
Okay, say yes.
Yes.
بسم الله إلا لبات.
Good, that fixes everything. Thanks, Chief.
بسم الله إلا لبات.
I can leave Eulalie now whenever I like?
No, but you're safe anywhere I am.
What do you mean, anywhere you are?
Well, this may be a little shock to you, but you're married.
Married?
Yeah, sure. That was a wedding ceremony in Arabic. You're my wife.
Why, you hijacked
Now, look,
it.
I don't like it any better than you do. When we get to the border, we'll call it quits.
Oh, it's all very easy, isn't it?
Sure. All I have to do is go to a Mohammedan priest and say I'm tired of it. You know, this is no romance for me either.
Well, the only romantic thing about this marriage to me will be the divorce. We'll have it in English so I can enjoy it.
No.
Ah, but wait a minute. I've told you I got a passport to go beyond Bulali.
Paper no good.
Why not?
Big fight soon. Only soldiers go through.
Okay, you win. Turn him around, boys.
Sahib, we do not go on?
No, this is the end of the line, Ahmed.
End of line? You mean we go back?
That's it. You know, back.
By the same trail we came through the ford of the Pampa River?
Sure, why not?
Well, no reason, Sahib. Only I must remain here. You see, there was a man I wished to see where we were going, but since we don't go, well, I stay here and wait for him in Bulali.
No. Party go, you go.
Looks as though you're still traveling with us, Ahmed.
Well, Sahib Ransom, I suppose it is the will of Allah. Best to wait till nightfall to cross the river.
No, Ahmed, we'll take it wide open in daylight.
Yeah, but still, by day, the ford is wide. Safer to stay here, under the trees.
Who's doing this, me or you? Come on, close up ahead. Keep them together now. Imshi.
Ma'am Sahib, don't let him cross the ford.
Why not? There's no danger. No message was sent about this crossing.
You are wrong. The message was sent, Ma'am Sahib. If we cross here in daylight, the same accident that happened to Jenkins may happen to us.
You've changed my dispatch.
Yes. I added the information you forgot to send. The location of this ford and what you learned in Bulali that troops must pass through here today. And by this time, the information has been received. Sure, look. Look, Ma'am Sahib, the birds of death are already here. See those small black dots in the sky?
Joe!
Shut up. Shut up, you fool. Shut up.
Joe!
Would you like him to know that it was your dispatch?
What's the matter? What's the argument?
Joe, Ahmed changed my dispatch last night. He sent word the troops are using this ford.
Yashi. Yes, sir. Take the men and withdraw 2 kilometers. Hurry. Take Ahmed with you. Turn him over to the first official along the road.
Yes, sir.
No, Sahib Ransom, no. The girl, she's as much to blame as I. She was hired, as I was hired, to draw maps and send messages. We worked together on this.
Is that right, Janet?
Yes.
Oh, so you both played me for a sucker. And now when things are hot, you turn yellow, huh? Yashi, take him.
Yes, sir.
And you...
Joe, please believe
Cut
it.
it. You and I are staying here. You're going to have a taste of your own medicine. You helped to dish it out before, and now we'll see if you can take it.
I'm not afraid.
That's because you've never seen the real thing. You've never seen death falling on you. No place to go, no place to hide. Nothing to do but stand and wait for it to happen. You haven't seen anything, but you'll see it now.
Joe, look. The soldiers, the other side of the ford.
Nice timing, too. Congratulations on a perfect job, sister. Those poor devils don't stand a chance.
Here, take my scarf, get up on that rise, and signal to them to go back.
Too late. Bring me my hand camera. They'll cross the river down there by the Black Boulder. Hurry up, hurry up.
Bombing planes, Joe. Bombers, 7 of them.
I can't hear them across the river. The wind's against them. Get me that case of film magazine, the one with the big white 5 on it. Hurry, bring it here. Feet of the gassiest stuff ever put on a film. What's the matter?
I'm hurt. My leg.
What? When did you get hit?
When I got the magazine.
Hold on now. I'm going to move you a little. Easy now. I'm going to make a splint of these 2 sticks and tie them tight.
Oh.
Sorry.
Joe, I didn't send them out to kill Jack. You've got to believe it.
Don't talk. Take it easy.
I didn't have money to get home, and they offered me this job, and I didn't know it had to do with all this. Men dying, and... Oh, Joe, you've got to believe it.
Keep quiet. I'll get you a place in one of those army trucks. They'll be sending the wounded back.
No, you're coming back with me.
I'm going back to Bulali with these troops. I got work to do.
You hate me, don't you?
No, I don't hate you. I feel sorry for you. You got mixed up with something you know nothing about. Well, now you do know. You know that war is not drums and uniforms and glory. It's blood and death. Only don't forget that a swell guy like Jenk had to die to show you how it is.
Joe.
You'll have a lot of time to think in the hospital. Maybe by the time you get out, this war will be over. You can pray to God it is. Pray to God all war is. So long, sister.
Ransom, you're blocking my scene.
I'm sorry, brother. I like this spot. I'm getting my customers a ringside seat for the end of the war. 10 more feet to the blackout and the best newsreel shot of the year. Okay, General. Much obliged.
See you at the next war, Ransom.
Not a chance. This is my bow-off. From now on, I'm running baseball for the Times Union. I'm tired of taking little pictures of big events. I'm going to sit in the sun at Ebbets Field.
Yeah.
Want to take my picture?
No. No, go on. I wouldn't waste film on you.
What's the matter? Don't you like my face?
Yeah, it's good enough face as faces go.
Oh, Joe. Joe, gee, it's good to see you.
Yeah, you look kind of good yourself. A little peaked, though. What's the matter? Didn't they treat you good in the hospital?
You ought to know. You paid the bills.
Oh, they have stool pigeons even in hospitals, huh?
Joe.
Well, don't thank me. I always was a sucker for a sob sister. Well, what now?
I was just going to ask you the same.
I'm catching a boat.
So I heard. Ebbets Field. Nice assignment. Need anybody to cover the woman's angle?
I tried that once. And the son of a gun, things got so tough I had to marry the girl.
Oh, that's all right by me. It's part of the job.
Okay. It's yours. Hey, what are you crying for? Oh, come on. Brooklyn's not going to be that bad, Mrs. Ransom. Even Brooklyn couldn't be that bad.
Now, here's John Conte with a message for you.
Thank you, George. The big orange disc that you see up above your neighborhood good Gulf dealers is more than just a sign. It's a promise. Actually, 2 promises. First, that sign promises the best in gasoline and motor oil. Second, that sign promises friendly, courteous service from an independent merchant who has a real personal interest in taking good care of your motoring needs. Why, just as an example of the little extra services you get at your good Gulf dealers, there's the Gulf Funny Weekly, a free weekly newspaper in full color, bringing you comics, short stories, interesting facts, and other features every single week in the year. This Gulf Funny Weekly has just come out in a convenient new form, with the same size page as popular weekly magazines. Why not drive around to your neighborhood good Gulf dealers tomorrow and have a look at the new Gulf Funny Weekly? It's free for the asking. Just another part of the grand service that you get at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
thank you for fine performances. To you, Spencer Tracy, to Clarence Derwent, to Billy Bakewell, to Akim Tamiroff, and to you, lovely Olivia de Havilland.
You like me on the desert, George?
Oh, dramatically, I do indeed. Romantically,
Yes, George?
well, now, I know a nice desert.
Oh, I see. Ahmed Murphy, eh? Ish me.
Ah, well, it is the will of Allah.
Well, George, I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed working on our own show. It means a great deal to me, as I know it does to the rest of the cast, to be a part of the great work undertaken by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and the Gulf Oil Company. We'll be listening to the musical comedy next week with the rest of this program's great audience. Thank you, George, and good night.
Good night, Olivia. And thank you, Lawrence Stallings. And don't forget, audience, next week, musical comedy starring Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, Charles Winninger, and Tyler Brooke. Written by Ralph Block and directed by Robert Z. Leonard. This is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry and the Gulf Oil Companies, and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf Oil Companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Jeanette MacDonald, Robert Taylor, Charles Winninger, and Tyler Brooke. We are grateful to Warner Brothers for Olivia de Havilland, who has just completed Dodge City, to Paramount for Akim Tamiroff, and to MGM for George Murphy, Lawrence Stallings, and Spencer Tracy. Mr. Tracy can soon be seen in Northwest Passage. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
James Cagney, Olivia de Havilland, Jeffrey Lynn. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Theater, the one place where you meet all your favorite stars. Edward G. Robinson, Rosalind Russell, Don Amici, Cary Grant, Spencer Tracy. These are just a few of the Hollywood stars who will appear here in weeks to come. And tonight, the Gulf Theater presents James Cagney, Olivia de Havilland, Jeffrey Lynn, Oscar Bradley and the Gulf Orchestra, and the director of the Gulf Theater, your host, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. I got a real thrill when I saw that on-the-air signal flash a few seconds ago, because tonight's play is one that I've always wanted to produce here in the Gulf Theater. It's a story by Ursula Parrott called Next Time We Live, all about what happens when a career girl and a newspaper reporter fall in love. And the cast? Olivia de Havilland as Cicely, a college undergraduate, Jeffrey Lynn as Tommy, and Jimmy Cagney in the role of a newspaper reporter. The action of the story takes us clear around the world, and you can bet some of the scenes took a lot of rehearsal. But the stars don't mind that because, after all, the Gulf Theater is the stars' own theater. Naturally, they want to give their very best performances because every cent that Gulf would ordinarily give to these stars and to the writers goes instead to help meet the needs of the Motion Picture Relief Fund and to build a home for the less fortunate members of the industry. And now, the house lights slowly dim here in the Gulf Theater, the stage lights come up, the curtain rises on tonight's play, Next Time We Live.
Train 14, Albany local, leaving on track 6. Better get aboard this. The train leaves in 3 minutes.
Yes, but I'm waiting for someone.
Cicely. Albany.
You're Cicely. You must be from everything Chris said.
Why, yes.
Here, I'll take your bag. Come on. Oh, I'm Tommy. Tommy Abbott.
Oh, of course, you're Chris's friend. You live in the same house. You have something to do with Hollywood, and you're crazy.
Is that what that redhead said about me?
Where is Chris?
He's still at the paper. A flash on the UP wire said that they got Dillinger in Tucson. Chris called me to say he had to stand by to do a special story.
Hey, wait!
Chris!
Made it with 30 seconds to spare.
Oh, Chris! Oh, you had me scared.
Well, I be here, didn't I? Hey, give me that bag. I'll take it easy.
Goodbye, Tommy. You were swell stand-in.
Bye. Now, wait me here, Tommy. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Train's going to start.
Swell idea. Maybe I'll go to Vassar, too. Think I'd get by?
Oh, you'd be a sensation.
Sure. Hey, this is goodbye. You realize that? Of course, it won't be forever, but...
It'll seem like it. And, darling, if somebody else comes along...
Talk like that and I'll wring your neck.
A girl away at college is an awfully useless person to be in love with, Chris.
You're my woman. Get that?
Oh, I got it. And vice versa, Mr. Tyler.
Look, you know, this is the sensible, sane thing to do, don't you?
Oh, of course. You've got to be free until you really get started. We couldn't afford to get married on a reporter's salary, could we?
Say not. Cicely, what would happen if you didn't take this train?
Why, everything. I'm supposed to be the lead in this fall play. I'm managing junior par. Oh, nothing had happened that mattered. Nothing, Chris, that you want me to say.
Give me that bag.
Darling.
Come on, you've just graduated from college. Hey, mister, you can't get old now. The train's moving. Come on, jump. I'll catch you.
I made it. Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris, put me down.
Oh, no. Turn your face this way. Well, you've got too much lipstick on, but I think I'll take a chance.
Well, there's nothing like demonstrations of affection in public places, I always say.
Come on, Tommy. Maybe you don't know it, but you're going to be the best man at our wedding. There, Mrs. Tyler. You've just been carried over your first threshold.
Home, sweet home.
Mm-hmm. Hot and cold water, genuine carpet on the floor, and electric light. There's a swell view of a brick wall from the window there. And if you stretch your neck, you can see a tree in Washington Square. Not much, but O. Henry likes it.
Oh, Henry, did he live here?
Mm-hmm. Right in this very room.
Oh, someday they'll say that Chris Tyler lives here.
And Mrs. Chris Tyler.
Oh, say that again.
Mrs. Chris Tyler.
Chris, I'm afraid.
Afraid about what?
About you and me. I mean, what if I'm a burden to you? Right now, it's so important to your career that you'll be free.
I thought we'd scrap that idea.
Oh, Chris, I've got to find something to do to help out.
Oh, sure. How about a nice job driving a cab, and I won't have to work at all?
I can act. You saw me in 2 college plays and said that I reminded you of Hayes.
I meant Will Hayes, not Helen.
Chris, I'm serious, Chris. Your friend Tommy can help me.
Look, it's always been my idea, woman's place in the home, but if you've got your heart set on this, why, you know...
I have, Chris. It's a partnership, and that's the only way I can help.
Go ahead and try it. Look, will you tell me something? What made you decide to get off that train?
You asked me to.
Well, what made you say yes?
Oh, I knew a long time ago I'd say yes whenever you asked me. There's never been anyone else to me. Oh, darling. Oh, I love you.
That's the only thing that matters in my life. Now and always.
All right. I'll take a chance and give Cicely Tyler a small part in the next play I'm producing, Tommy.
That's great. Thanks for doing this for me, Jennings. And don't believe those lies I told you about her experience. She hasn't had any. But you can believe me when I tell you she has something the theater needs.
Looks like Tommy was right, Cicely. You proved to me you belong in the theater. You're not just a stage-struck girl.
Oh, coming from a producer like you, Mr. Jennings, that means a lot.
There's an important part in my new play that you can have if you'll promise to work hard.
You know I will. Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Well, I wouldn't offer you this promotion, Chris, if you hadn't earned it. Foreign correspondent. It's wonderful. Well, better get your passport and visa, Chris. Sure. My wife always wanted to travel when we got rich. Wait till she hears we're going to Italy. How soon do we have to sail?
Within a week.
Uh-huh. We'll be ready. And I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Carter.
Oh, forget it.
Well, anyway, thanks.
Chris!
Darling.
I've got the most
I've got something to tell you and knock your eye out. George can wait. It can't top this. Look, we're going to Rome next week.
Rome?
Yeah, Carter just told me. How do you like it? You're the wife of a foreign correspondent. We're a success, honey. We're on our way. Rome, then maybe China, Turkey, Tokyo, wherever there's action. New people, new places. This is the most important thing that ever happened to us.
Rome, China, Turkey, Tokyo.
You'll have to get out of that play right away.
Oh, but Chris, listen.
What's the matter?
Oh, look, darling. Now, please don't be angry, but I don't think I'd... Well, Now, I'd be an expense for one thing.
Nonsense. I got a raise. You don't have to work anymore.
But, Chris, I can't get out of my contract that quickly, and Jennings offered me a part in his new play today, and that's what I wanted to tell you.
So that's it. You'd rather stay in that show than go away with me.
Oh, no, Chris, no.
Oh, I should never have let you go on the stage in the first place.
Never should have let me.
I get it. The same old story. Reporter marries actor, she makes more than he does. It goes to her head, career becomes more important than her husband, and she runs out on him.
That's a lie, Chris.
It's the truth, and you know it.
Oh, Chris, stop.
Oh, I couldn't wait to get home to tell you.
Oh, what are we saying to
I don't know. It wasn't me saying those things. I've been proud of what you've done. Honest, I have.
I know you have. You've been wonderful.
It's just that it kind of hit me right between the eyes, me going away and you staying here. Just thinking about it made me feel sick all over. What's it going to be like when I really have to be without you?
Tell me one thing. I have to know. Am I all you want of women in the world?
You're all I want of women in the world. The whole wide world. That's the one thing I'm sure of.
Oh, then nothing can hurt us, darling. Because you're all I'll ever want. Of men.
Orange, is it in the door? It's goodbye for a while, Cicely.
Goodbye, Chris.
Look, darling, if things get too tough over here, will you?
Oh, I got off a train once because you asked me to, so even if...
Yeah.
Nothing. Chris, say it for me. Say you love me always. Say you love me all your life.
I love you, Cicely. When you're 99 and I'm 101.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye.
So long, sweet. So long. Cicely, tell me something, will you? Whose career were you thinking of when you decided to stay behind? Yours or Chris's?
Tommy, I didn't think I'd be much help in Rome if I were more or less sick for months. And Chris would have to worry about doctors, and he couldn't get pasteurized milk for the baby.
Oh. The most adequate thing I can think of to say is just, oh. Naturally, Chris doesn't know.
And you mustn't let him know, Tommy. Don't tell Chris. Promise me.
Cicely, sometimes I think you're the wisest of women. And sometimes I think you're just a little girl with a head full of romantic nonsense. A baby. No, I won't tell Chris.
So ends Act 1 of our play here in the Gulf Theater. While we're waiting for the curtain to rise on the second act, there's something I'd like to say. Speaking not only as the director of the Gulf Theater, but as one of your neighbors in this country of ours. You know, the month of February, where the birthdays of two great Americans coming only 10 days apart, is naturally a time when all of us take stock of what our country has accomplished. We feel a new sense of pride in our heritage of freedom, of tolerance, and independence, and in the splendid material civilization that this heritage has made possible. Because behind the most familiar things in life, behind our radios, our labor-saving appliances, behind our automobiles and our homes, we can see the working of a typically American idea. The idea of making things better and better year after year. Manufacturers have put armies of scientists to work on great research programs so that their products can be constantly improved. You see the results in the electrical industry, in foods and clothing, and in transportation of all kinds. Gulf is proud to be part of this peaceful march of progress, made possible by progressive American manufacturers in many industries. In our own field, motor fuels, lubricants, and other petroleum products, Gulf promises you the best that its technical men and its workers can produce. The curtain of the Gulf Theater is about to rise on the second act of tonight's play, starring James Cagney as Chris, Olivia de Havilland as Cicely, and Jeffrey Lynn as Tommy. 7 months have passed since the first act. Chris and Cicely, his actress wife, have been apart. Chris in Ethiopia covering the war, and Cicely in her latest play on Broadway. But then Chris got a cable from Tommy in New York saying that Cicely was about to have a baby. Frantically, Chris ran out on his job, grabbed the first boat for America, and now we find them rushing up the stairs of their flat to see Cicely. Cicely!
We've been waiting for you, Father Tyler.
Oh, why didn't you let a guy know?
How'd you get away from the job?
Never mind that now. What's so awful for you, darling?
Oh, not so awful, because I always had this moment to look forward to.
Hey, that's the kid. That's him.
You'd better go and introduce yourself.
Hello, fella. I'm your old man. You know me? Hey, what's his name?
Chris. Same as yours. We call him Kit for short.
That's a pretty husky kid. All right if I touch him?
You might try.
He's all warm. Kind of like milk toast. Oh, did I do that?
No, he's just hungry.
Oh. What do you feed him?
Oh, really, darling? And you a college man.
Well, nobody ever thought to tell me.
Chris, oh, my sweet. You won't ever go away again, will you?
Oh, no, not a chance. This kid's going to be raised right. Best of everything. I'm going to tell my paper I won't work anywhere but New York. Howdy, ma'am. The whole park reserved for your child or just this bench?
Tommy, how are you? And how's Hollywood?
Don't ask. Hey, let's have a look at my godchild. Oh, will you listen to that? I believe he knows me.
Don't you think he's very bright-faced, man?
Bright? He's absolutely brilliant. Aren't you, big fella, huh? Yeah. How's about lunch, Cicely?
Oh, thanks. I've had lunch, but why not call Chris?
Oh, Chris suggested that I take you. I hear he's working for the City News Bureau now.
His paper fired him for running out on that job in Ethiopia. This was all he could get.
Yeah. Tells me he may take a job as advanced publicity man for a circus.
He won't take that. He mustn't.
Why don't I ever get girls like you?
What do you mean?
Oh, that look on your face when you talk about Chris. Cicely, let me help you and Chris out.
Oh, thank you, Tommy, but I...
No, wait a minute. You're still an actress, and a good one. It's time for you to get back to work. To do that, you need money to take care of Kit and buy new clothes to interview managers. I'll loan you the money for both. Well, how about it?
I can't refuse, Tommy. If it were just myself, I wouldn't care, but with Chris, oh, you don't know what's happened to him. He tries to pretend, but it's a bargain, Tommy. And I'm not ever going to try to find the words to say how much it means.
Guess what?
Hey, what's the matter? What's happened?
Not a contract, Chris. A 6-month contract at $150 a week.
Contract to do what?
Act. A damn part. Think what it means. A nurse with Kit, the back rent paid, and...
All this came just about in time, didn't it?
Chris, aren't you glad about it?
Yeah, sure, I'm glad.
Well, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, it's wonderful for you.
Oh, darling.
Cicely, while you're out, I made up my mind to take that circus job.
Oh, Chris, you can't. You're a newspaper man.
It'll pay the rent and get a nurse for Kit, won't it?
But, Tommy, if you wait...
I've waited long enough. I'm not going to sit around and let my wife support me. Now I got wise to myself. I've been thinking I was a big shot because I used to be a foreign correspondent. And all the time I've been a flop as a husband and a father.
Oh, Chris, please don't take that seriously.
I've got to, Cicely. Don't let's talk about it anymore. Oh, what you ask is impossible, Mrs. Tyler. The night your husband deserted us in Ethiopia, we missed a big story. One of the biggest of the year.
Mr. Carter, do you know why he left Ethiopia when he did?
Yes.
Well, what would you have done under the circumstances?
You actually want to get your husband back into his correspondence job? Most wives hate the newspaper business.
I couldn't hate the thing that's Chris's life, Mr. Carter.
What's his number?
Chelsea 4883.
Give me Chelsea 4883. How about Russia, Mrs. Tyler?
Russia.
Yes, Russia. Siberia, Far East. It'll mean months in the interior when you won't even hear from him. And I better forget it?
No. And he'll stick it out, Mr. Carter. I won't do anything to bring him back.
Tyler, Moscow. New purge looms in Soviet regime as prominent government officials were today brought to trial.
Places, curtain.
Yes, Mr. Jennings.
You needn't be. There's your cue. Good luck.
Broadcasting on the air from the air for the 7th day. It is estimated that 1,550 lives were lost and
Beautiful performance, Cicely. Beautiful.
Oh, was it all right?
All right. Cicely Tyler, you're a star. Cicely Tyler.
Oh, Tommy.
And to think I knew her when.
Oh, it's grand to see you again.
That's the secret of social success. I disappear for a year or two, and people appreciate me when I come back. How's Kit?
Big. 5 years old last May.
5 years. How about Chris? He wrote me he'd quit his job and was going to Switzerland to write a book.
That's all he wrote me. Incidentally, I hear rumors about you and a very attractive blonde. Are they true?
Or am I going to marry her, you mean? I may. We've talked about it.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You.
Tommy.
After 6 years, it may sound a little sudden. But would you divorce Christopher and marry me? You see, I happen to be in love with you. I have been ever since I can remember.
Tommy, I didn't know.
I didn't intend you should. You always loved Chris. Yes, and you still do. Even if you'd rather write a book in Switzerland than come back to you. Tell me, how many times have you two been together in the past 5 years?
Oh, once in Paris and 2 weeks in Italy. 4 times altogether. None of them very long.
What's keeping you apart now?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's been just too long. Maybe. Shall we hear some music on the radio?
What?
Chris asked me if I didn't want a divorce.
Then, will you marry me, Cicely?
His Diamond had everything he could to tell me that he doesn't love me anymore. And I still feel I must wait, Tommy. I'm not sure that I know what for, but I must wait.
Why did you turn off the radio?
The night before Chris and I were married, and I thought I was going back to college, they played that song, the Biltmore. Oh, Tommy, we had so much, Chris and I. How did it ever turn out like this?
I don't know. Listen, before it's too late, let me do one more thing for you. Suppose we both go to Switzerland to find Chris and find out.
Men. Cicely.
Hello, Chris.
What are you doing in Switzerland? I thought your play was still running in New York.
Tommy and I arrived this morning. Oh, Chris, you look so tired.
I've been working hard on my novel. You get my letter?
One saying you want a divorce, yes.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd want to see me again.
Oh, Chris.
Well, naturally, we can't go on like this. Half married and half not married.
No, I suppose not. Chris, why are we like this?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Just that the one day I realized I'd stopped thinking of you for a very long time.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess there's nothing more to be said. Kit sended love.
Thanks. Take him mine. Must be quite a boy by now.
Bethany looks more and more like... Goodbye, Chris.
Cicely, I've explained it pretty badly. I wouldn't hurt you for anything. That's why I want you to be free. Because if we kept on like this, you'd be hurt a lot. You see?
No, Chris. I only know I'd rather have gone on another 10 years, 20 years with you, meeting just when we could, than have spent my whole life with anyone else in the world. I'd better go.
Bye, Cicely.
Goodbye, Chris. And maybe, next time we live, we'll have time for each other.
Hello, Chris. Another visitor?
No, come in. No use saying I'm glad to see you, Tommy. Cicely's just leaving. You can keep me company.
Why are you leaving, Cicely?
Because what Chris wrote in his letter was true. He doesn't want me anymore.
You really believe that?
Look, Tommy, I appreciate you bringing Cicely all the way here, but please keep out of our affairs.
No, I've butted into your lives ever since I can remember. I'm not going to stop now.
What do you mean, Tommy?
If you weren't the two finest people I ever knew, I would keep my mouth shut. Then Cicely and I would go back to America. After a while, I think I could wear down her resistance, and she'd marry me. That'd make me the happiest guy in the whole world.
Will you shut me out of here? I'm not interested in what anyone does anymore but me. You understand?
Chris loves you just as much as he ever did, Cicely. More, I guess. The reason Chris is sending you away is because he's a sick man. The doctors say he may never be any better.
Who told you that? You don't know what you're talking about.
Your old boss came over in the same boat we did. He told me why you resigned.
Chris, is this true?
Yeah, sure, it's true. But what of it? I know what I'm doing. I know I'm going to use the rest of my life.
Oh, Chris, darling, why didn't you tell me?
Why? Have you think just because I needed you that...
Oh, because you needed me. Oh, no, Chris, because I need you desperately.
Let's sum it up by just saying you both need each other. That's the way of it, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I've just about time to make that train back to Paris and the boat to New York. A certain blonde young lady there may meet the boat. I hope. She's very charming and doesn't know what a fool she's marrying.
Well, here we are again. Look, darling, once more I've got to tell you. Got to. You're letting yourself in for an awful lot. This may take years. I may never get well again.
Oh, we've so much time. You told me once we'd love each other until I'm 99 and you're 101.
Well, I remember that, darling. I remember that.
Our love got lost somewhere for a little while. But now it's found again.
Well, this time we'll hold on to it, won't we?
Oh, always, darling.
Even longer than that, Mrs. Tyler. Even longer than that.
Thank you, Olivia, Jimmy, and Jeffrey. Thanks for a swell show. And now it's time for our good old Gulf question box. Remember, you must answer correctly or pay a forfeit. But before we begin, Jimmy, I'd like to ask you a question off the record, if you don't mind.
Fire away, my boy.
Well, tell me, if you had your choice, what would you rather be, an actor or a foreign correspondent? You know, like Chris in the play.
An actor. Nothing doing on this foreign correspondent business. If I had to be a newspaper man, give me a soft spot covering big league ball games. I'd rather duck pop bottles than bombs any day. I've got an even better idea, Jimmy. If I had to be a newspaper man, I'd like to be a weather reporter. All you have to do is write fair or gentle westerly winds or something like that.
Well, it's not quite as easy as that, Jeff, especially these days, because this is just about the time of year when Old Man Winter usually pulls a little sleight of hand trick. Take this year, for instance. Groundhog Day came and went, and we got a little mild weather that made us think the worst was over. And all of a sudden, we got a record snowfall and a cold snap that reached even into the normally sunny south. Well, there may be more unfriendly weather yet to come, so don't let it catch you unprepared. First, change your old motor oil to easy-starting winter-grade Gulf Pride motor oil. Next, take the stiff, squeaky feeling out of your car by getting Gulf Flex registered lubrication service. Because when you have your car Gulf Flex with the new Gulf Flex lubricants, you know that it will ride easier and steer easier over a longer period of time. Under winter conditions especially, your car needs Gulf lubrication for both the engine and the chassis. For riding comfort and easy starting combined, it will pay you to drive in tomorrow at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
Thank you, Johnny. And now let's reach way down in the Gulf question box, and here's the first one for Olivia de Havilland, who can be seen in Warner Brothers, Elizabeth, and Essex. Olivia, if Bernice Gaunt and Jacques de Boujac appeared in a picture together, what names would you see on the marquee?
Well, I never heard of them.
You never did, I'm quite sure. Not under those names, but listen. Bernice Gaunt and Jacques de Boujac are the real names of Shirley Ross and Bruce Cabot. So, Olivia, you've got to get ready and pay a forfeit. And your forfeit is something I have right here in my pocket, a few little words written on a piece of paper. You must sing those. Not only sing them, but sing them the way Bonnie Baker would sing them. Oh, Johnny, oh.
Oh, Johnny, how you can love. Oh, I give up.
Thank you, Olivia de Havilland. Thank you. And the next question goes to James Cagney, who's now at work in Warner Brothers' Torrid Zone. Jimmy, can you tell me which of the following stars has one of the world's finest collections of modern oil paintings? John Barrymore, Ronald Colman, Edward G. Robinson, or Adolphe Manjou?
Dr. L. G. Robinson. I've seen his collection. It's really wonderful.
Edward G. Robinson is
Yeah.
absolutely right, Jimmy. I wish you'd missed that because I wanted you to sing Oh Johnny, too. Well, anyway, Edward G. Robinson will be here in the Gulf Theater next Sunday, along with Joseph Kalia, Isabel Jewell, Leatrice Joy, and, of course, the music of Oscar Bradley and his Gulf Orchestra. Now, just time for a question to Jeffrey Lynn, currently appearing in Warner Brothers' It All Came True. Jeff, tell me, what was the first all-Technicolor picture? All-Technicolor.
All Technicolor.
Uh-huh. I think I got you there.
Oh, no, I've got it. I read his magazine the other day.
Oh, you did?
It was, The Black Pirate.
The Black Pirate is absolutely right, Jeff. And thank you very much. Now, before we close the lid on the Gulf question box, here's a stickler for you folks in the radio audience. Now, what would you do if you were trapped in your own house face to face with a maniac gangster armed with a .32 automatic? Well, that's exactly the situation that Edward G. Robinson finds himself in next week in the Gulf Theater. The gangster is Joseph Kalia, and you can bet the story's a mighty exciting one. So join the stars of Hollywood in listening to the Gulf Theater next week and every week at this same time. Until then, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everybody, for your neighborhood Good Gulf Dealer.
I'll Follow My Secret Heart is from Conversation Piece. The Gulf Theater originates at Earl Carroll's in Hollywood, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Olivia de Havilland and Herbert Marshall in Vigil in the Night with Helen Chandler. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When you or I enter a hospital, we generally are more anxious to get out than we were to get in. And that leaves us no time to look for a story. It may not even occur to us that the hospital contains a story. Yet, the best one of all, a love story, happens there more often than you might think. And one such love story is Vigil in the Night, a play that takes us through a hospital's calm outer corridors into the lives of the men in white and the women in white. We bring you Olivia de Havilland as a nurse who sacrifices her own professional standing for the sake of someone she loves, and Herbert Marshall as a doctor to whom an affair of the heart is, well, something that doesn't always require a stethoscope. This is the first time we've had Olivia on this stage in more than a year, and it's a good chance to congratulate her again on her fine performance as Melanie in Gone with the Wind. Proving her versatility, she comes to us this week from Warner Brothers Studio, where she's playing a very different role as a violinist in the picture Episode. I think you'll agree that Herbert Marshall, in the part of Dr. Prescott, is just what the doctor ordered. Vigil in the Night is adapted from the RKO motion picture, based on the novel by A.J. Cronin, a doctor as well as an author, who is entirely at home in our hospital setting. In a well-organized hospital, work is done with a streamlined touch, and clever women run their homes the same way, with the help of Lux Flakes. They've found that good management doesn't need luck as much as it needs Lux. But now we've an appointment to keep. A Vigil in the Night, and the curtain rises on Act 1 of our play, starring Olivia de Havilland as Anne Lee, Herbert Marshall as Dr. Prescott, and Helen Chandler as Lucy Lee. The isolation ward of the Sheerham Hospital in England, a few hours before dawn. In the dreary quiet of the night, a child fights for life against the ravages of laryngeal diphtheria. A tiny silver tube has been inserted into his throat, a lifeline bringing air to tortured lungs. By the bedside sits a nurse. Every so often she leans forward and carefully clears the tube when it becomes blocked. The hours pass slowly, and little by little, the nurse's eyes close in sleep. But now the tube is blocked, the lifeline shut off. The boy fights for air, unable to call out, and then the battle is over. Death has won again. The nurse awakens quickly, stares horrified at the bed.
Anne! Lucy, what's the matter? Anne, he's dead. What happened? Lucy, tell me.
Well, the tube, it was blocked. I was asleep. Oh, Anne.
Stop it. Stop it. Now get hold of yourself.
But it was my fault. I killed him. I killed that baby.
Lucy, listen to me. You weren't on duty, do you understand? I relieved you an hour ago. I was on duty when he died. You don't know anything about it.
No!
Do what I say. Now go to your room. Stay there. I'll come to you later.
Come now, nurse. I expect to be answered. I must know how the tube became blocked. Were you the nurse on duty?
Yes, I was.
I thought your sister Lucy was supposed to be on last night.
Yes, matron, but my sister had a headache and I relieved her.
And how did the tube become blocked?
Well,
matron.
Yes? What is it, Nurse Gregg?
I've just found out something you ought to know. Tea has been made in the ward kitchen.
Nurse Lee, did you make tea in the kitchen when you should have been attending to your patient?
Yes. I felt sure he'd be all right, but when I came back, he was dead.
Nurse Lee, you of all people. It's almost...
You may well search for a word, matron. There isn't one to fit it. A human life has been lost, wantonly thrown away through gross and utter negligence.
Dr. Hassel, Mrs. Ward is here.
Last night I told her boy would recover. What can I tell her now?
You will leave the hospital at once. And remember, Nurse Lee, wherever you go, there is nothing in the world so bad as a bad nurse, nor so good as a good one. Remember it all your days. You may go now.
Anne! Wait! Anne! Weren't you going to see me before you leave?
Of course, Lucy.
But where are you going?
I'm catching the 8:30 train. I thought I'd try for a place at Hepperton.
Oh, but Anne, I don't know why I ever let you take the blame for what I did. How can you ever forgive me?
You're my sister. We've got to help each other if we can.
Oh, Anne, I'm not cut out to be a nurse. I'm just weak and selfish.
Don't say that.
But it's true. I'm not like you. I'm only human. Oh, Anne, this isn't the wonderful work you told me it would be. Polishing, scrubbing, cleaning up slops. It's slavery.
Lucy, how can you talk like that?
Well, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to take the blame and go to London. I've always wanted to go to London.
Next month, when you get your certificate, we'll both go to London. Lucy, I didn't take the blame just to be heroic. I have my certificate. I can go somewhere else. You'd never have received yours. Next month, when you have it, you can join me.
Oh, yes, Anne.
But there's something I want you to promise me.
Yes?
Never be careless. Let the memory of what happened last night keep you a good nurse.
I promise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anne. Goodbye.
Nurses. Strong young nurses wanted. Hepperton Institution. Apply Miss East. Matron.
Your name is Anne Lee?
Yes, matron. Here's my certificate.
3 years at Cherham, eh? Just got qualified and then cleared out. Fit the hand that fed you. Well, I know what ingratitude is. I've had it all my life. I thrive on it.
I took a year of surgery at Cherham and...
Never mind that. Ever been ill in your life?
No, matron.
Good.
I also have honors.
Never mind that either. You look strong. That's the important thing. Hepperton isn't the finest hospital in England, and I dare say I'm not its most lenient matron. I stand no nonsense, and I offer no favoritism. You're entitled to 1/2 a day a week off if you're lucky, extra duty if you're not. No smoking, no cosmetics, and share a bedroom with 2 other girls. Those are the conditions. If they're not to your liking, I'd appreciate your stepping out now rather than wasting your time and mine. I hope you'll be happy here.
Thank you, matron. I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will. Your room is Nurse Dunn and Nurse Phillips, and be ready for duty at 6 p.m. Next, please. Who's next? Don't keep me waiting all day. Step up here. Come in.
Nurse Lee. My name's Glennie. Her name's Nora.
Mine's Anne. How do you do?
Hello. That's your bed over there. It looks hard and it feels hard, but don't let it fool you. It is hard.
I'm used to that.
And here's our wash basin. The tap on the right is cold water, and the tap on the left is cold water. Repeat every day for the first 2 weeks. A cockroach is not a dangerous insect, and you may get to like this room.
I hope I'll suit you as much as the last girl did.
That won't be hard. She was a mess. Say, Nora, you better get ready for duty. It's almost 5:30.
5:30? Oh, maybe I've missed him. No? Oh, here he comes now.
What's that all about?
It's a man. Every day at 5:30 sharp, Dr. Prescott goes down the walk and Nora watches him from the window. Her contact with him is entirely mental.
How about the day you swallowed 2 pounds of grapes and the seeds, hoping to foul your appendix so Prescott would operate?
I ate those seeds because I was hungry.
Prescott's the house surgeon?
That's right.
I'd like to work in surgery.
Who wouldn't, my dear? Who wouldn't? Look at him. Straight and tall and bright.
As bright as chilled steel, only tougher. Steel melts at 2,000 degrees. Prescott wouldn't.
Is he really a good man?
They don't come any better. Wait till you meet him.
Nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Didn't you hear me call the first time?
Yes, sir. I was taking a temperature.
I'm Dr. Cayley, the resident medical officer. I have things to do, you know, and I can't stand around waiting for nurses.
You won't have to wait for me,
Now,
sir.
no impertinence. Take these X-ray plates into Dr. Prescott. At once, please.
Dr. Prescott? Yes, sir. Dr. Prescott?
Just a moment, please. All right now, Johnny. Walk over there to your father.
But I can't walk.
But I say you can, Johnny. You can walk. All you need to do is try. Now, come on.
I can't.
Oh, yes, you can. Now, you look here. I got a surprise for you. See what's behind the screen, Johnny? A train. It's yours, Johnny. Now, walk over here and play with it. Come on.
A train?
Come on, Johnny.
It's mine?
All yours. Come on.
Mine? A train?
That's the boy. That's right. Keep going. Fine.
Doctor, he's walking. God bless you, Doctor.
It's all right. I think he's going to be all right now.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
You can take him home now. Good morning.
Come, Johnny. Come along, son.
Look, Daddy, my train.
Well, nurse, what is it?
Oh, these plates from Dr. Cayley.
Oh, yes, let me see them.
That was very remarkable, Dr. Prescott.
What?
That little boy. Making him walk.
Hysteria. Needed a push. That'll be all, nurse.
Yes, sir.
Hello, surgery. Get the theatre ready at once from an abdominal. Matthew Bowley's coming in. Acute appendix. See that everybody's on the alert. Nurse Wiles, clear the private ward near the solarium. Mr. Bowley's coming in.
But, matron, Mr. Hall's in there.
Move him. Give Mr. Bowley a special nurse the moment he arrives.
Yes, matron.
What's the rush, Wiles?
It's a sensation. Matthew Bowley's appendix backed up on him. We're operating in the theater.
Matthew Bowley?
Who's Bowley, Glennie?
He's the chairman of the board that runs this place, and he has all the money in Manchester.
It's a wonder they bring him to a hospital like this.
Prescott. That's why Prescott's going to operate.
Let's go and watch.
All right, but I once coughed while Prescott was operating. I might do it again.
Come on, I've got to see Prescott work.
No talking in the gallery, please. The patient is ready for you, Dr. Prescott.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Swab.
Swab.
How is it, Prescott?
Gallbladder is chronically inflamed. Have to do a complete resection. Scalpel.
Scalpel.
All through, Prescott?
All over. Suture, matron.
Suture. Count the swabs, nurse.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All correct, doctor.
No.
All correct, doctor.
They're not all there.
Talking in the gallery, Nurse Lee, endangering the life of a patient, unforgivable breach of discipline. All correct, doctor.
Recount the swabs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, one swab is torn in half, Doctor.
It must be in the incision.
Here it is. Close call.
Come in, Miss Lee.
Did you send for me, Mr. Bowley?
Good evening, my girl. I'm glad to see you. This is my son.
Hello. What's your name?
Matt Bowley II, in Roman numerals.
How do you do, Matt Bowley II in Roman numerals? My name is Ann Lee.
How do you do, Ann Lee?
Now, run along, son. Sit down, nurse. I'm going out tomorrow, but I couldn't leave without having a look at you. I'd like to say that Matthew Bowley is apt to be more useful without a swab of cotton sewed up inside of him.
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Bowley.
You've got sense as well as beauty, and that's a mighty fine combination in a woman. I always say that if a man's got to be ill, it does him good to see a smart lass about the room instead of a long-faced female.
Long-faced females can be excellent nurses, sir.
Maybe, but not for Matt Bowley. Now, I'm not one to forget a good turn. And in the meantime, I want you to take this purse, just as a souvenir of that missing swab.
Oh, but, Mr. Bowley...
No, not a word. Not one single word. You can thank me some other time.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, hello, my dear.
I've just come to take the boy home.
This is my wife, Nurse Lee.
How do you do?
How do you do?
This is the girl who spoke up, and I don't mind saying we're proper grateful, aren't we, love?
Yes, properly grateful. Well, I must be going along now. Come along, Matt. Goodbye, Nurse Lee.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I must be leaving, too. Good night, Mr. Bowley.
Good night.
Nurse Lee, just a moment, please.
Oh, Dr. Prescott.
I've been wanting to speak to you, nurse.
Dr. Prescott, I'm sorry about the other day in surgery. I just got in the habit of counting swabs.
I'm afraid you committed the unforgivable. You've endangered the ethics of the medical profession. Your duty is to work 12 hours a day and serve the patient with every energy you possess. But you should never do anything for him that might be a breach of ethics.
I understand, Doctor.
By the way, how much does Bowley value his life at? A new purse. Well, perhaps he's right.
I didn't want to take it, sir.
I know how you feel. Bowley's generosity is always embarrassing, but I wouldn't worry about it. After all, the laborer is worthy of his hire, and your help was worth a great deal.
Thank you, Dr. Prescott.
Good night.
Nurse Lee, will you come here?
Yes, matron?
Nurse Lee, you know Nurse Gregg. She's from Shoreham Hospital.
Nurse Gregg.
Good evening. I heard you were here.
Nurse Gregg has just joined our staff. She'll work with you for a while.
I'm sure we'll get along. Did you find it hard to get a position after you left Shoreham, Nurse Lee?
No, I didn't.
Really? I had imagined that after...
That's enough, please. I'm very busy. You may report for duty tomorrow, Nurse Gregg.
Yes, matron. Thank you.
Capable nurse, that?
Yes, quite capable. Oh, matron.
Well?
Matron, may I have tomorrow off?
Tomorrow off?
My sister's being qualified. She's getting her nurse's certificate tomorrow, and I promised I'd be there.
Why couldn't she pick your day off to be qualified? Oh, very well. Go on.
Oh, thank you, matron.
You can ride with me. I'm going on the Shoreham bus as far as the city. Get your coat and meet me in 10 minutes. Nasty night. I shall be soaked to the skin the minute I leave the bus.
I wish the driver'd slow down. It's so slippery.
Good evening, matron. May I sit here?
Oh, hello. Certainly.
Good evening, Nurse Lee.
Good evening, Nurse Gregg.
Well, this is pleasant. Going far, matron?
I'm only going as far as the city. Nurse Lee's going to Shoreham.
How nice. Well, this little ride will give us a chance to talk over old times, Nurse Lee. Over a cup of tea, as it were. Tell me, Nurse Lee, do you still crave tea and toast in the early morning? It does help one after a long night's duty, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You know, after you left, we had quite a few cases of laryngeal diphtheria, like that little boy you nursed. Remember? Handsome little boy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
So you're going back to Shoreham. I should think that after what happened,
Well, what happened?
Well, matron, I feel that it's only right I should tell you that in the hospital one night,
Get me out! Get me out! Oh, can't somebody get me out?
Nurse Lee, are you all right, matron?
My arm. Nothing much. What about you?
I'm all right, but Nurse Gregg, I'm afraid she's badly hurt. Look at her.
Lift her head. Huh? That's what I should say.
Right over. Just give
getting off the road.
You there, come here quickly.
Yes, miss.
How far are we from Hepperton?
Just about 15 miles.
Is there a doctor nearby?
There's one at the village, miss.
Well, get him here and call the Hepperton Hospital. Tell them to send the ambulance and as many nurses as they can. And Dr. Prescott. Get Dr. Prescott.
You have just heard Act One of Vigil in the Night with Olivia de Havilland, Herbert Marshall, and Helen Chandler. Before we go on with Act Two, there's something I want to say to women.
You know, Mr. Ruick, when we have television on the Lux Radio Theater, your job will be easier than ever.
How do you mean, Sally?
Why, with television, you could illustrate all the things you say about New Quick Lux by actually showing people what you meant.
You mean I could hold up a Lux Flake so they could see how sheer and delicate it is?
Oh, goodness, it's so sheer you can see through it. Why, you can even read type through a Lux Flake. But what I meant was this. You could actually make suds right in front of the mic. People could see that New Quick Lux bursts into suds at the touch of water.
Yes, New Quick Lux is fast. In water as cool as your hand, it dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
You could show them all that with television, and you could show them how much suds you get with just a few flakes.
That's true, too. Ounce for ounce, New Quick Lux gives more suds than any of the other soaps tested, even in hard water. That's why we say, a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty.
But there's one thing television wouldn't show. That's Lux Purity. Now, what did we do about that?
You don't have to do anything about that. Millions of women have made Lux the most popular care for fine fabrics in the country. They've done that because they know it's safe for everything safe in water alone. Washable colors and fabrics stay new-looking longer with Lux. And that same marvelous purity is in New Quick Lux.
Well, there's one more thing we could do with television. We could hold up the Lux box to show women that New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar package.
Well, the easiest thing to do is to go to your dealers tomorrow and ask for New Quick Lux. Use it for all your nice things. Your stockings, underthings, your silks, rayons, woolens, and the lovely new cottons. It's fast, so thrifty, and so wonderfully gentle, yet it costs no more. And be sure to get the big package for extra economy. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Vigil in the Night, starring Herbert Marshall as Dr. Prescott and Olivia de Havilland as Anne Lee, with Helen Chandler as Lucy Lee. Far into the night, Nurse Lee and Dr. Prescott work side by side over the injured. By the light of an oil lamp in a farmhouse kitchen, an operating table has been hastily improvised, and bodies which were broken and torn are made whole again. Lives which hung precariously on the brink of existence are helped skillfully back into the world. Now the long night is almost over. Through the rain, Prescott and Anne drive slowly back toward the hospital, tired but victorious.
That great woman was about the toughest of the lot. For a while, I thought we were going to lose her.
I don't see how you operated in that light.
I couldn't have done it at all without help. You were splendid, Nurse Lee.
Thank you. And I'm glad she's going to pull through.
Oh, I think she will. She's a nurse, didn't you say?
Yes, I knew her at Sharon. Oh, this isn't the hospital.
No, it's my house. I thought you might like a drop or something to pick you up.
Well, I should be getting back to the hospital. You know, I'll have to ring as it is.
There's a window very easily opened at the back of the hospital. I remember it from my student days. Not that I ever used it, of course. Hurry up, you'll be soaked. Good evening, Mrs. Merchant. You still up?
You forgot your key.
Oh, did I? Go in, Nurse Lee. Here, let me take your things. This is Miss Lee, Merchant, one of our nurses.
How do you do? Mm-hmm.
We'll have some sherry, please, Merchant.
There's your tea on the table.
Well, in that case, we'll have another cup.
All hours of the night. No rest for anybody. Can't be a decent body keep decent hours.
Mrs. Merchant wishes to point the fact that I'm not in the habit of entertaining the nursing staff of the hospital.
Here's the cup. Don't stay too long, please, Miss Lee. He has little enough sleep as it is. And don't let him start telling you about the new hospital, or you'll be up all night.
Oh, go to bed, Merchant. We won't want anything. I inherited Merchant with the house. My mother left her to me in her will. Sugar?
Thanks.
Dr. Prescott, what did she mean by new hospital?
Old Merchant's ears are too big. Nothing at all.
She met a new hospital for Hepperton. She's right. Things are pretty bad.
How do you mean?
Oh, there's so much for everything else and so little for the sick.
Huh? A very short but able description of things at Hepperton. We're working with outmoded equipment all the time. I've been fighting for a new and adequate hospital. I've argued, reasoned, and begged. This is an industrial community. More accidents, more occupational diseases, increases of infections due to the crowded areas. If you'd ever seen them die like I have, you'd argue and reason and beg too. And all with no result. And why? Because of one man, Matthew Bowley. All I get from him are promises. Promises and evasions and discussions of costs. Oh, well. Maybe I ought to save all this for the committee meeting instead of boring you with it. Well, shall I take you to that window yet?
Please. And you're going to get that new hospital. I know it.
Well, gentlemen, Dr. Kelly's report shows that everything in the hospital's working very smoothly. Meeting adjourned, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman.
Now, Prescott, if it's about the new hospital again some other time. Dr. Cayley's report...
Dr. Cayley's report rather glosses over the fact that in the past several weeks, any number of cases of cerebrospinal fever have broken out. Last year, we almost had an epidemic, you know. We were not fully equipped to fight it. This year, our position is no better. We're hopelessly overcrowded and constantly having to send cases out too soon in order to make room for others. And if we let one infectious case out, 5 will come back.
You may be right, Prescott, but as far as I can see, catching a disease is providence.
It's not providence, Mr. Bowley. It's just a dirty, murderous little microbe. Confine that microbe soon enough and long enough, and you'll save 3 times what is put into the new hospital.
Now, look here, Prescott. Money isn't as easy to raise as it used to be. World conditions at the present time are pretty well upset.
I understand that, Mr. Bowley, but regardless of world conditions, people still get ill. They still have babies, and they still get run over. And they come to us to take care of them.
All right, Prescott, you mustn't be impatient. I'll do my best to raise the money. Will that satisfy you?
How soon may we expect to hear the results of your efforts?
Oh, well, give me a day or two. Meeting adjourned. Good morning, Nurse Lee.
Good morning. Matron said you wanted to see me, Mr. Bowley?
Yes, that's right. Sit down.
Mr. Bowley, I must get back to my work as soon as possible.
You know, that's a fine spirit. A clever girl like you ought to have a real chance. Now, the hospitals are dogs like. You should start a private home. There's pots of money in it if you have the proper backing.
That's very easy to say, sir.
Would you ever think of applying to Matt Bowley?
Why, no.
Why not? I'm a very wealthy man, and it gives me great pleasure to lend a helping hand to a good cause.
Well, there's no better cause than Hepperton, sir. Anything you'd give me could be far better used by Dr. Prescott for his new hospital.
Ah, you too, eh? Mm-hmm. That Prescott must certainly have a way with the girls.
Nonsense. He just happens to be a wonderful doctor. A great doctor.
I'm sorry, my dear, but when I take a liking to someone, I'm a jealous little devil. And I've taken a liking to you.
I'm afraid I'll have to go now.
Oh, no, please. I only meant that I want to help you.
Mr. Bowley, if you really want to do something, why don't you help Dr. Prescott? Conditions in Hepperton are appalling.
Would you really like me to help get Prescott's hospital for him?
Yes, very much.
Well, we'll see what can be done.
You don't know how much it'd mean to him, Mr. Bowley.
Oh, Anne, don't you think you ought to stop calling me Mr. Bowley? My name's Matthew, you know. Matt for short. I'm a very lonely man, my dear. I've hesitated to speak about it before, but, well, you can see for yourself what the missus is. No. I'm not saying a word against her. I'm as loyal as any man could be. The fact remains, I need younger companionship, a little lady friend, as you might say.
Do you mind if I come in?
Why, Martha.
I've been standing just outside the door.
Martha,
Don't bother to explain. As for you, young lady, the first time I clapped eyes on you, I knew what you were up to.
Mrs. Bowley.
You take advantage of a man's illness to worm your way into his affections and steal him from under his wife's nose.
Now, look here, Martha.
Be quiet. What kind of a fool are you to be taken in with such a baggage as that? She and her precious Dr. Prescott. He couldn't worm enough money out of you, so he put her on the job.
Mrs. Bowley, Dr. Prescott had nothing to do with it.
That's enough from you. I'll ask you to leave. I'll have my say with the matron, and you'll find yourself out of a job, my lady.
Well, Mr. Bowley, what is it?
Mind if I sit down? Well, Prescott, I just say you've heard a devil of a lot of talk going around the hospital this last couple of days.
I couldn't help but hear it. You've had that girl dismissed, haven't you?
Now, Prescott, I don't want you to get me wrong, so to speak, but, well, you know what women are, especially the missus. I'd like to make my position clear.
I think your position is abundantly clear.
Now, look here, Prescott. You shouldn't take that attitude toward me after all I've done for the hospital.
You've done the absolute minimum for this hospital.
Now, that's not fair. I told you I'd do my best.
Your best, unfortunately, consists of pestering a nurse with your unwelcome attentions. And that's one thing that's going to stop around here.
Yes, but I've explained...
I'm not interested in your explanations. The only service you could do the hospital would be to raise money. Since you can't be shamed into doing that, I'm going elsewhere for it. I'm going to London.
You forget I'm chairman of the board.
As far as I'm concerned, you're a pompous little man who'll be well advised to get out of this room before he's thrown out neck and crop.
Of course, if you feel like that.
I do. Get out. Who is it? Oh, come in.
I came to say goodbye, Doctor. I'm leaving Hepperton.
I know. You made any arrangements for the future?
I've had a letter from my sister. She's nursing again in London at the Rolgrave home. I thought perhaps I'd try to get a position there.
Rolgrave? I don't think that's the kind of place you'd care to work.
Why?
From all I've heard of the Rolgrave, it has none too savory a reputation. Yeah, I'll give you a letter of recommendation to a friend of mine in London.
Thank you. Dr. Prescott.
Yeah?
I've been very worried by what's happened. I was afraid that you might think...
Nurse Lee, I'm not particularly concerned with Mrs. Bowley's story, whether it's a fairy tale or not. But when I told you of my plans, I did feel that it was in confidence. Frankly, I didn't expect it would go any further.
I'm terribly sorry. I realize now, as a nurse, I had no right to betray a professional confidence.
I'm quite sure you didn't anticipate that the result would be so seriously damaging to my plans. I've no wish that your good work here should go unrewarded. So if you'll give this letter to the matron at the Trafalgar Hospital, I'm sure you'll have no difficulty in finding a job.
Thank you. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Suicide in nursing home. Actress meets death. Paper.
Officer.
Morning, miss.
Officer, could you please direct me to the Rolgrave home? It's a hospital.
The Rolgrave? Closed, miss. They won't let you in there.
Closed? Why?
You'd better buy a newspaper, miss. It'll tell you all about it.
Death at Rolgrave home. Nurse held for questioning.
Boy, give me a paper.
Here you are, miss. Paper. Suicide.
The police are holding a nurse for questioning at the coroner's inquest. The nurse is Miss Lucy Lee of Shirham. Lucy!
Now tell us, Miss Lee, in your own words, just what happened on the morning that Miss Dallas was killed.
Well, Miss Dallas rang for me shortly after 10. She seemed nervous, and I gave her the usual injection of Masonal.
You say the usual injection. In other words, you'd been administering the narcotic to her since her arrival at the home.
Well, yes, Dr. Andrews left orders for her to give me 1 grain whenever she seemed nervous.
I see. So we are to understand that you administered the drugs without the knowledge of Mrs. Sullivan, the proprietress of the home?
Well, no, not exactly. I'm sure Mrs. Sullivan must know whenever a patient is given a narcotic.
What happened after you administered the Masonal?
Well, I left the room to sterilize the hypodermic, and I suddenly heard a shriek. I ran back, and Miss Dallas wasn't there. I heard a commotion outside and ran to the window.
You looked out and you saw the body lying on the pavement. You're excused. Next witness, Mrs. Sullivan, please.
Anne. Oh, Anne.
It's all right, Lucy. Sit here, dear.
Yes, what are they going to do to me?
Nothing, Lucy. They can't do anything.
Yes, but I gave her the drug. I gave it to her.
Lucy, it's Dr. Prescott.
Hello, how's it going?
We can't tell yet. This is my sister, Doctor. They say that she...
Yeah, I know. I read about it in the paper. Have they questioned the Sullivan woman yet?
She's just been called.
Excuse me, I want to get permission to do a little questioning myself. See you later.
And what is he going to do?
I don't know. But I think he can help us.
You, Mrs. Henrietta Sullivan, proprietress and matron of the Rolgrave Nursing Home?
That is so.
How long have you held this position?
For the past 2 years. But I should like to say now that I had no idea the drugs were being administered to the patients by Dr. Andrews and Nurse Lee.
I don't understand you were not familiar with Dr. Andrews.
No, I was not. Oh, I'd heard of him, of course.
Unfortunately, Dr. Andrews cannot be located. Is there any further light you're able to throw on this fatality?
I'm afraid not. May I be excused?
One moment. May I question the witness, Mr. Coroner?
This gentleman is Dr. Prescott of Hepperton, sir.
Oh. Very well, Doctor.
Thank you. Mrs. Sullivan, I believe you testified that you knew Dr. Andrews by reputation only.
That is so.
Tell me, Mrs. Sullivan, you have other patients in your nursing home, I presume? Under whose care are they?
There are 8 other patients, and they are under my care.
No, you must understand me, Mrs. Sullivan. I mean, which doctor looks after them?
They brought in their own doctors. But surely these questions have nothing to do with Miss Dallas.
Would you be good enough to name any doctor brought in by any of these patients?
I don't remember for the moment.
Well, perhaps I can help you. Was Dr. Andrews brought in by any of these patients?
He might have been.
You must answer yes or no, Mrs. Sullivan.
Well, yes.
By how many of them was he brought in?
I don't know.
Was he not brought in by each and every one of them?
Mr. Coroner.
Furthermore, isn't it true that you ran a nursing home in Leamington 5 years ago, and that you found it advisable to leave when the local nursing association began to investigate? In other words, Mrs. Sullivan, under the guise of running a nursing home, you have been selling and administering drugs to addicts for at least 5 years.
Order, please. Order. You no answer to these charges, Mrs. Sullivan?
I'm not on trial. I should like to speak to my counsel.
Everything I have said can be substantiated, Mr. Coroner. It will be a simple matter to prove that the nurse, Miss Lee, administered the drug in performance of her duty and at the express instruction of Dr. Andrews and Mrs. Sullivan. Consequently, no guilt should be attached to her.
I'm sure the jury will agree. Thank you for your help, Doctor.
I thought if it was nursing, it would be all right. But as soon as I started to work there, I knew I was doing the wrong thing. Oh, Anne.
Shh, it's all over, darling. You weren't to blame at all. The jury said so. Oh, Dr. Prescott, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. Exposing Mrs. Sullivan was a pleasure.
Lucy, don't, darling.
I'm a bad nurse, Anne. After that terrible thing that happened at Sherham, I wanted to do better, but now I'll never get a chance again.
You're just not a nurse, darling. I've influenced you wrongly. I should never have insisted. Now, please don't cry. Come on, look up here. That's the girl.
You listen to your big sister, Lucy. She's a pretty smart girl. Well, I've got to be getting back to Hepperton. I suppose you heard about the epidemic.
No. Cerebrospinal?
Yes. 30 cases and more coming in every day.
Oh, that's horrible. What are you doing?
It's not doctoring they need so much. It's room for the poor devils when they come in. Supplies, isolation, and plenty of the right care all the time. Matron's having a job getting volunteers for isolation. Can't say I blame the nurses much. It's not a pretty disease.
Doctor, I'd like to go.
No, Lucy.
Anne, I'd like to, really.
Why don't you let her, Anne? It might be a good opportunity for her to forget all this.
No. I want Lucy to stay with me.
Oh, but Anne, no decent place in London would take me after this.
That's true, Anne.
Oh, please, I know I can do it, and do it well.
I'm sure you can. All right. I'll go with you.
You? But I don't think you...
You mean after the way I left, they wouldn't want me? Oh, I'm sure they'll take me back in isolation. I can't do much damage there. Besides, it's my work. It's what I want to do.
But, Anne, nursing isn't your entire life, is it?
Why, yes. I thought you knew.
Oh, of course, I'm an idiot not to have seen that.
Quiet, please. Nurses, I'm not going to waste words. I've had to call you together again from the same reason. Things have become far more serious. We require volunteers to go across the court. Those willing to work in isolation ward, please stand up and step forward. Nurses, I'm very disappointed at this lack of response. Why is it? Why?
I'll tell you, Matron.
Well, Nurse Dunn?
You're asking us to go across the court and risk our lives. Why should we? Conditions here are bad enough. We work ourselves to the bone for rotten food and rotten pay and no thanks. And then when there's an even dirtier job to be done, we're asked to come forward and volunteer. Well, I, for one, would rather chuck up the job and work as a scullery maid.
That's enough. I take it then that there are no volunteers. That is all. You can go back to your duties.
Matron! Matron!
Anne Lee.
Hello, Matron. This is my sister Lucy. We're a couple of strong girls. We've never been ill in our lives, and we're reporting for duty.
Duty?
We've come to work in isolation, if you'll have us.
If I'll have you. Anne, you know what it means. For every patient who dies in there are 2 waiting to take his place. And once you're in, there's no getting out, unless you're lucky.
We're nurses, Matron. We know.
In a moment, Olivia de Havilland, Herbert Marshall, and Helen Chandler will return in Act 3 of Vigil in the Night. During this brief intermission, we bring you our old friends, the Browning family. 17-year-old Dot and her younger sister Midge are studying in the living room as our scene opens. And there goes the telephone.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, this is Dot. Oh, hello, Mary Jane. What's new? Why, yes, I am, with Jim. You didn't? Oh, honey, what rotten luck. Why don't you come with us? I know, but it's a shame to miss it. Well, bye. And don't worry, honey.
What goes on?
It's Mary Jane, Midge. She didn't get a bid to the senior prom.
Oh, gee, that's tough. And she's got that swell new dress.
I know. She and Betty are the only girls in the class who didn't get bid.
Poor kids. They're always missing out on things.
And they never know why. They're pretty and they've got loads of pep. Oh, well, I guess they don't realize you have to be awfully careful about daintiness. Oh, how about some shut-eye, Midgie?
Okay. Night, Mother.
Good night, girls. And don't forget to lock your things.
We won't, darling. Gee, you're a swell mother.
So much appreciation all of a sudden.
Well, I'm awfully glad you taught us all the nice things about being dainty. Like luxing undies and everything.
My dear, you know, I want you girls to be popular and happy and have loads of good times. And it's so important to be dainty and sweet.
I know. You know, I feel awfully sorry for Betty and Mary Jane. I wish there was some way of telling them.
Mother Browning is right, isn't she? Daintiness is the very foundation of charm. And a wise mother helps her daughters to have this lovely quality. She reminds them of how easy it is to lux under things after every wearing. To lux dresses, blouses, and accessories often. Especially with the new Quick Lux. Because it's so fast, so easy to use, and so thorough. These quick suds just float away every trace of perspiration. Yet they're so gentle, they keep washable colors and fabrics new-looking longer. Lux, you know, is safe for everything, safe in water alone. Keep a big box. That size is extra economical, you know. Keep it handy in the bathroom as your charm insurance. New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar box at no extra cost to you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on the third act of Vigil in the Night. The isolation ward. Long rows of iron beds stretch endlessly into the murky gloom. Air thick with the odor of antiseptics. Hot, humid, cut off from the world by a single door, through which the sick enter, but rarely leave. Here is the battleground against cerebrospinal fever. Here Anne and Lucy have taken up the stand against death.
This one. He's not responding to treatment, Doctor.
I've been watching him. I'm afraid you'll have a bed empty in the morning.
Another. That makes 14 since yesterday.
And don't you realize what you're up against here?
Not by practical experience.
Well, you should. It's more virulent than the worst form of tropic plague. Don't be afraid to use antiseptic. Keep your mask on when treating a patient. Be careful, Anne, please.
I will.
I know that work like this is your whole life, but you might be able to crowd something in on the side, too. We could work together always.
Are you trying to say...
You know what I'm trying to say. That's why you must be careful. For me.
Will you be careful, too, please?
Very.
Anne, Nurse Dunn and some of the other nurses are in the court. They want to see you.
Right there. What can they want? Nora. Glenn.
We're sorry, Anne. We should have been here sooner. But we're reporting now.
Oh, come in. How many are you?
8 of us, ready for anything. Come on, girls.
Hello, Anne. Hello.
Oh, it's wonderful. And can we use you? Report to Lucy. She'll give you the routine.
Good evening, Nurse Lee.
Why, Nurse Gray. You're quite well, I see.
Matron said I might come here, if you'll have me. I'd like to work with you, Nurse Lee. I'd like to make up for what I...
Please, come in, Nurse Gray. We need every fine nurse we can get.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's going on here?
Haven't you heard? We're building a new children's ward, Matron. Partitions for the beds, windows. We need them badly.
Who ordered it? Who's paying for it?
I ordered it, and Matthew Bowley will pay. He doesn't know it yet, but I charged everything to him.
And when they find out about this and you have to go to prison, we'll all go with you.
That's nice of you, Matron. But I hope that won't happen until the epidemic's over. Will you please leave now?
Really, Anne, who is matron here?
Hepperton is going to need you long after this epidemic is over. And if you're a party to this, you won't be here.
I appreciate your consideration, but I lack your confidence. I've already been reading the pages in the nursing journal, headed Situations Vacant.
And Matthew Bowley's here. He's coming across the court.
Take over the ward. I'll see him.
Right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowley. You're quite a stranger around here these days.
Look here, young woman. I want to know the meaning of these bills.
Are those the bills for the work I ordered to be done?
So, you admit you bought up half the town and calm as you please sent the bills in for the committee to pay.
Certainly. It had to be done. And unfortunately, a nurse's salary is hardly sufficient to finance the expenses for an epidemic.
Young lady, you know what you've done is a criminal offense.
I only know that people are dying and that other people like you aren't raising a finger to stop it. We needed a new children's ward, and we've got it. And though it probably means less than nothing to you, that room will keep children alive.
Oh, I've been insulted enough by you. You won't talk so big when you find yourself behind prison bars, me girl.
Would you be good enough not to shout, Mr. Bowley? We have some very sick people in here.
Oh, matron, and you in this too?
Matron knew nothing of this. I happen to be in charge here, and I'm solely responsible.
You're responsible?
Yes, I am. Do you hear that, Mr. Bowley? That's the ambulance. They're bringing in another one. We hear it all day long and all hours of the night.
Now, don't try to beg the question, young woman. Dishonesty is dishonesty and stealing, stealing.
I'm sorry, but you can't...
Matt!
It's Mrs. Bowley.
They told me you were here, Matt. He's got it, the boy. They're taking him in there, in that ward.
Wait, what? It can't be. It can't be.
They brought him here to this horrible place. I've got to see him.
You're not allowed in there.
You mean we can't see him?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowley. All infectious cases must be isolated.
Nurse, is there any news? My little girl.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Mr. North, with the others. There's Dr. Prescott. Dr. Prescott.
Any news, Doctor? I'm sorry. I don't know any more than you. There'll be a bulletin in about an hour. Please be patient, everyone.
Prescott, I'm glad you're here.
You should be glad. It must warm your heart to see these people, Mr. Bowley.
No, Doctor, I'm glad because we got such confidence in you.
It's a little late for that. This is the result of your handiwork. You were warned time and time again that this would happen, but you didn't care. We begged you for the means to prevent it, but you blocked us at every turn. Good business. Saved you money. Well, look at those faces. Fathers and mothers of dying children. Pitiful, isn't it? Oh, if only there was some way to make you suffer. To make you feel what...
I know, Prescott. My boy's in there.
Cerebro?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take a look at him.
Thank you, Doctor, but look at me, boy. I'm an off together, but when his turn comes...
All right, Bowley. We'll do our best.
Did you examine the Bowley boy?
Yes.
What chance has he got?
1 in 100. Who's on duty here tonight?
Lucy.
I am, Doctor.
Keep a close watch on the boy, Lucy. Use ice packs regularly. And if the temperature continues to rise, double the intramuscular injections.
Yes, sir. Lucy, would you like me to stay with him?
No, I'll get along all right. You go to bed, Anne.
Keep your mask on. Don't get too near. Good night.
Good night. Watch him. Watch him. Change the ice pack. Don't take your eyes off him. Listen to him breathe. Oh, poor little boy. Don't let him die.
Oh, he mustn't die.
Watch him. Watch him. Count every breath. Is it weaker? Watch him.
Remember the other boy. Remember. Oh, what's happened? His breathing stopped. Oxygen. Oh, breathe. Oh, why doesn't he breathe? It's no good. It's no good. Breathe into his mouth. That works. Make him breathe with your own breath.
What are you doing? That boy has Cerebro. His breath is alive with it. Get away. No, don't. Don't breathe into his mouth. You'll get it too, Lucy. Don't.
Look. Oh, look. He's breathing again. He's living. He's living.
Today against 8 yesterday, 10 the day before, and we've got Cerebro licked.
The Bowley child's out of danger. Matt Bowley was in this morning. I think you're going to get that new hospital, Doctor.
I know. I spoke to him. The sky's the limit now.
Oh, it's marvelous. Isn't it funny how things work out? All your plans, everything you've wanted.
Not quite everything yet. I still can't figure out how you're going to go on nursing and manage a household at the same time.
That's my problem, Doctor.
Anne! Come right away.
What's the matter?
It's Lucy. She's in her room. She's sick. I think it's Cerebro.
Tell me. You've got to tell me.
Anne, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to say. Lucy can't live.
Oh, no.
She has a fulminant form of Cerebro. She won't respond.
Anne.
Yes, dear.
Some water.
Here, darling. No, don't try to move.
Thank you. And I'm glad I came here with you. I'm not much good now, but
You'll be up and working again before you know it.
Oh, not this time. And you remember the boy at Cheerham?
Yes, darling.
I wrote the matron and I told her everything. Lucky, wasn't it, that I had a chance to get back a life for the one I lost? And that sort of makes me even, doesn't it?
Yes, darling.
You know, Anne, I'm beginning to think I was a pretty good nurse.
Lucy. Lucy!
Oh, Lucy. Poor darling.
And I stood there, helpless. I stood there and watched her die. Your fine Dr. Prescott. The great doctor who wanted you to work with him.
It wasn't your fault. You did everything you could.
And it wasn't enough. I brought that child back here to her death. She'd have been alive today if it hadn't been for me. Oh, Anne, I failed you so.
No.
The years I've worked for knowledge, the years I've studied to save lives, to breathe on a fragile spark to keep it burning. And when a time comes to help someone I love, I fail. I'm helpless. I've learned nothing. I can do nothing.
You're wrong. You mustn't be bitter. And it isn't futile. It's glorious. We work for all. Some live and some die. How often we've seen two people, both with the same disease, come into the hospital, both with the same power of resistance. And yet, during the night, one dies and the other lives. It isn't science. It isn't medicine. It's something more. Someone who watches and reasons who is to live and who is to die. It's not for us to be bitter and criticize his judgment. We're here to serve. And if we do it well, we find happiness inside ourselves. The perfect happiness that Lucy knew when she left us.
Dr. Prescott, you're wanted in surgery at once. Emergency, Doctor.
Better get ready, Prescott. They brought in 11 men already. Explosion at the Latham mine. They'll have more for us in a few minutes.
Nurse Weil, prepare the accident ward. Move all convalescents and bring in all the extra beds you can find. Yes, Miss Lee.
Doctor, are you ready now?
I think so.
Come, Doctor. There's work for us to do.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars. While we're waiting, here's our good friend Libby Collins with some advice for the women in our audience.
It's very timely advice, too. During the next few weeks, while you're concentrating on your summer wardrobe, don't overlook your hands. Will you promise me that? Think of them as part of your costume. They really are, you know, because people notice hands so much more when you're wearing light colors and short sleeves. If they're rough and red, they can stick out like a sore thumb.
Thanks, Libby. You're right. You know, speaking as a mere man, I can tell you men do think unattractive hands spoil the lovely picture of a woman that a woman should always make. Well, it's easy to avoid unattractive hands now, even though you do dishes every day. We've proved that conclusively by the famous one-hand tests of 5 leading soaps, including Lux. Hundreds of women made these tests, dipping one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap, under conditions similar to home dishwashing. After several weeks had gone by, their Lux hands were still smooth and white. The other hands rough, red, and ugly-looking. The test proved Lux kindest to hands. No wonder women say,
I'll stick to New Quick Lux for dishes. And no substitutes, thank you.
Now that's good advice to follow this summer. Use gentle New Quick Lux for your dishes to help your hands stay smooth and white so they look lovely with your pretty summer dresses. New Quick Lux costs so little to use, and it's so fast, so mild and pure. It comes in the same familiar box at no extra cost. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars. Olivia de Havilland and Herbert Marshall lay aside the white garb of Hepperton Hospital to return to our microphone. And we salute 2 fine performers.
Thank you, C.B. Perhaps Vigil in the Night is the kind of reminder we all should have now and then. A reminder of the service we receive from the medical and nursing professions. The men and women in white are pretty quiet about it themselves.
I'm glad you put the women in white right alongside the men, Bart. That's where you find them when they're needed.
The women in white couldn't have had a more sincere spokesman, spokeswoman, than you.
I suppose almost every girl at one time or another decides she wants to be a nurse. She may imagine herself as another Florence Nightingale, or she may just think she looked pretty in a white uniform. But the girls that stick to it, well, they have what it takes.
But it's still a great help to the patient if they do look pretty in a white uniform.
I think you're both right.
A very diplomatic answer, Mr. DeMille. What play are you going to have here next week?
Next Monday night, Olivia, we present Alice Faye, Robert Preston, and Ray Milland in Alexander's Ragtime Band. Our play is adapted from the 20th Century Fox screen hit, and woven into the romantic story are all those familiar tunes by Irving Berlin, which you've been humming down through the years. To borrow a line from the first of these songs, we hope you'll all come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band next Monday night with Alice Faye, Ray Milland, and Robert Preston.
Alexander's Ragtime Band is a great show, C.B., and you have a great cast. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Would you write a prescription for more parts here for you, Kate? Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alice Faye, Robert Preston, and Ray Milland in Alexander's Ragtime Band. Mr. Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Frederick Warlock as Mr. Bowley, Ethel Griffiths as Matron East, Inez Seabury as Nora, Eric Snowden as Dr. Cayley, Claire Videra as Mrs. Sullivan, Lou Merrill as Coroner, Helena Grant as Nurse Gregg, Marie Blake, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Merchant, Lee Congdon as Nurse, and Thomas Mills, Dick Ryan, Douglas Scott, Joe Penario, Paul Hilton, and Wong. Herbert Marshall will soon be seen, the Walter Wangerton foreign correspondent. He has just started work in The Letter at Warner Brothers. We're proud to say that the Lux Radio Theater has just been selected as the leading dramatic program on the air in the poll conducted by the Women's National Radio Committee. On behalf of the sponsor and the Lux Radio Theater staff, we wish to thank all women throughout the country who took part in this poll. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is our broadcasting system. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You watch well. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men. Two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand because the girl is played by Olivia de Havilland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act 1 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea, steam a majestic array of fighting craft. Mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days. From the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry, I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, would you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You designed a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
See that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya. Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
That bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer.
All right, Papa, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
And that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outfly me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him, and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
Ah, he's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cass.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All righty, Harry. Goodbye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide it. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look out! Well, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. It's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see. If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck. You mean you or me?
He means me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir, 21 of them.
My report says 22. I must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight. It'll be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost chief.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today.
Hiya, Cass.
Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smoothest glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where's Seika?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Yep, you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh. Hello.
Jerry.
Hi, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah. Come on, let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. They ought to knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit
too.
trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants over you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Remember now, son, pull back on that stick to start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the pop.
This is what we call a gosport. The speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
I'm not
waving at angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up.
Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid.
Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn your nose up. Up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land on a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway, Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying, and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
You can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling.
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry. You're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up. Gun it, you.
Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry!
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you danced divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I danced divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he? Do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes. Oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Uh-huh. Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I couldn't. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
Ah, she wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene.
Yes?
Well, I was just thinking, Cass will be back sometime today, and...
I know.
He's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure. He might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cass. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, flat hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here. What do you want?
Well, I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see now. It couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Oh, thanks. I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum, da, da, dum. Dum, da, da, dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap. And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches.
A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now, here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper. Send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather. Active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of gentle white Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering ingloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now, go on.
Yes.
Hi, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. If I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once to let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
No, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene. Hello. Hey, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. During that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square, and he's honest, and he's...
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look, Irene...
Don't say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. It's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
Oh, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, see?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the...
Pull her out, Cass! Pull her out!
Mac, what's the matter?
She's going into a spin! Pull out! Pull out!
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right, now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to
Give me that
crash.
stick. Give it to me.
Give it up, stick.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to
Give me that
crash.
stick. Give it to me.
Give it up, stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, that's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course, I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
The woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that wouldn't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah. Big boats. I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon. That's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is... Well, all he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by four charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon. Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him. A man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
Hiya, Jerry. About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. If it hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here, staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
Look, fella.
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Well, keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hi, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring a crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes. And to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy, and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've
We
tried...
had a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass. How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
He'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed. We've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say it was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes. Spin. Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up!
What's the matter with it?
He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance.
Bail out! Bail out!
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. You know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air is turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. There must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass.
I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on the mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Why, no, you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
Looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
Ah, it's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted a job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I had accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loves you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. He puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were 2 sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc? How am I doing?
Oh, we'll be through in a minute. Stand still. I got to tape up your waist.
What for?
Keep your insides in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw on your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. Stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't it?
You better remember all of it, or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulation for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This will be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass,
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
Gotta do it, Cass. I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry! Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
If anything should happen to him, if anything should happen to Jerry,
Well, I tried to stop him. I couldn't.
he may be killed. He may be. Oh, Cass.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
About ready. There he goes.
You know when a test pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive? Well, when you drop one, shoot yourself in the earth like a cannon. This is to keep your insides in place. You're smashed back in your seat. You're gasping for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives. You rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down. Put your belt on, straight down. Let it have your insides fall out. 400 miles an hour, straight down. The air's turned into a brick wall. Yell as hard as you can before you pull out. All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. Yell as hard as you can. Blood drains. You can't sleep. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. If you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cass, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. Not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you.
Cass, I don't see Jerry. You suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry. Jerry.
Hi, Cass. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backwards, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
Gone, Cass. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow, a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cass.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu, so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Okay. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cass.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone.
The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy, and if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, C.B.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellows that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux Soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux Soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, a story of a little girl who taught 2 armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present 2 fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, C.B.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as Reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Havilland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Mr. Haviland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.